We are going to start now. We'll call to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees for October 9th, 2018. And will the clerk please call the roll?
I sure will. Dr. Feemster? Here. Veronica Frankel? Here. Katie Simon Holland?
Here.
Scott Kelly?
Here.
John Mayer? Here. Melina Raymond?
Here.
And Angela Taylor is absent. And our student representative, Miss Ali. And you're here, right? We're glad to have you.
Yes.
Did you find some food since you just got out of school? Okay. Good.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And Dr. Taylor is on her way. She's just running a little bit late, but she will be here. Okay. Principal Aroñez, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
If I could have a point of personal
Yes,
privilege.
yes, point of
I'd like to,
personal privilege.
Notice that my city councilman is in the audience.
Thank you for joining
Donald
us.
Abbott, Sparks High alum.
All right. Welcome, Mr. Abbott. We're grateful that you're here. Thank you. Did you have to have did you get to have Mr. Mayor as a teacher?
My principal in elementary school.
Oh, my goodness. But you didn't spend any time in the principal's office, so you
All-
didn't know him very well.
Yeah, we're publishing a book later.
Oh, okay. All right, let's call for public comment, JJ.
John Eppolito.
Mr. Eppolito, welcome.
Thank you, President Holland. My name is John Eppolito. I'm the president of Protect Nevada Children, and I have 3 kids left in the district. I've been coming to these meetings off and on for about 10 years, and I've seen something recently that I haven't seen before over those 10 years. Let me give you a quick example. We at Protect Nevada Children have been asking for about 6 weeks a very simple question of the district. Quote, what has changed over the last 2 years that no longer allows us 441 families to opt out of being assigned a district email address if we will not be using the third-party ed tech vendors? That's a pretty simple question. You guys have had 6 weeks to answer that. You can't seem to answer it in 6 weeks. But what we're noticing is during meetings, President Holland is, and this is what I haven't seen before, she's saying things after we comment that are either misleading and at least once flat out not true. Now, I must say she does it with a smile, which is nice, but to say things that are misleading or are false is not okay. Those of us that are paying attention do understand this. Protect Nevada Children, you can find us on Facebook. Your teachers will be publishing stuff there frequently. We are not against technology. In fact, it's just the opposite. What we would love to see is what happens in Estonia, where they start coding in first grade the entire country. That is almost just the opposite of what you guys are doing. What you guys are doing is getting these kids on these free third-party ed tech vendors and having these kids share an incredible amount of information, personal data, data on their families, and we don't know what happens to that data. We would much rather see you teach them coding or the back end. One of your teachers, I read a quote last time. She said she has 31 kids in a Title I school, and she basically said she uses the ed tech vendors to babysit the other kids so she can work with some of the other kids that need help. I don't think that's what you guys are patting yourselves on the back about all the time, but I do see that a lot in these meetings. We've had about a half dozen people come over the last month, and a lot more would come if this meeting was when they got out of work. We're asking for the same thing we've been asking for 3 years. Please educate parents on all aspects of third-party ed tech vendors and let them decide if they want their children using them. You guys are making these decisions. We don't know how this information is going to affect the future of 64,000 kids. And the reason I keep coming to the meetings is I don't feel that anybody on this board is doing anything to protect those other kids. I'll protect my kids. Who's looking after the other 64,000 kids? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito.
You're welcome.
That's all at this time.
Okay, thank you, JJ. Okay, we will move on to the action to adopt the agenda. Does anyone have a motion? Thank you, Trustee
Second.
Frankel. Second by Trustee Kelly. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Let's go on to our consent agenda, and we have, as usual, a long and healthy consent agenda. Do you have any public comment on the consent agenda, JJ? Mr. Ippolito?
My name is John Ippolito. I'm the president of Protect Nevada Children. I'm a former K-12 teacher. Consent agenda item number 2.09, this Microsoft licensing. That is one of the things that we at Protect Nevada Children think that kids should be learning, and we do think that it's probably a good idea. I don't know why it's $613,000, but that must be what it costs for kids to learn the Microsoft products. And I know we have at least one school in the district that kind of gears toward that, one of the signature academies. So that probably is a pretty good thing, unlike what I just spoke about a minute ago. The issue that we have right now is with Google, we know it's all about collecting data. With Facebook, we know it's all about collecting data. With the Edmodos and Class Dojos of the world, we know it's all about collecting student data. With Microsoft, it's not quite as clear because Bill Gates is a big funder of the data quality campaign, and they're all about collecting data. So we don't know what happens to this, the data that children share with these Microsoft products. It's not clear. Apple, we do know what happens. Apple is not about collecting data, but their products are much more expensive. So, you know, Microsoft is probably better than Google, but not as good as Apple. So at least it's something. And the kids do need to learn how to use this stuff. So I read through the stuff that came with this agenda item, but it wasn't crystal clear to me. And I don't know if anybody really knows what Microsoft, if they're collecting the data and what they're doing with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ippolito. Board members have any questions on the consent agenda? We did provide some responses. Thank you, staff, for providing some responses on a couple of those items. No further questions. Mr. Mayor?
Move for approval of consent items.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Second by Dr. Taylor. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, let's move on then to items under number 3, and our first item under number 3 is 3.01, a presentation to the Board of Trustees regarding Truckee Meadows Community College's TMCC Men of Color Mentoring Program, partnering with 4 district high schools, Galena High School, Proctor Hug High School, North Valleys High School, and Edward C. Reed High School. Deborah Beiersdorf is here. Miguel Martinez is here. Christina Oroños is here. Oh, and we don't have Estella. But you're a capable stand-in, I know. Okay, would you introduce
I absolutely
and
will.
kick us
So,
off?
President Simon Hall and Superintendent Davis and members of the board, I'm Deborah Beiersdorf, the Chief Academic Officer. And about a couple of months ago, I had the pleasure of listening in to a presentation given by Miguel and Sharon and Estella around the Men of Color mentoring program that, as was previously stated, is in 4 of our high schools. So I talked to Estella to see if her and her team would be willing to come and talk to all of you and explain what the program is about, because it's pretty exciting. And then I reached out to Principal Oronos to see if she would come talk as well, because the program is just getting started up at Hug High School, so she can share her experiences as well. So, you know, Sharon's title, I wanted to make sure I got this correct, is the Executive Director of Financial Aid and Student Services, Student Success, at TMCC, and Miguel is the Access Outreach Recruitment Coordinator for TMCC, and they both work very closely with Estella. So I appreciate them being here today to share the good news of the Men of Color Mentoring Program.
Great, welcome. All right, nice to have you all here. We appreciate it, and thanks for taking time to update us on what we know is a really important program. So who's going to lead off?
I think that would be me. So
Okay.
Estella sends her regrets. She's very sorry that she couldn't be here. She had to stand in for the president at another, she had to go out to Tesla this afternoon. You know, we have such great partnerships with the school district. There are so many that, you know, we won't try to list them because then I'd forget something. We just had our Fastober FAFSA celebration on Saturday. We had an open house where 225 of your students came.
wonderful.
And either finished or started their FAFSA. So great partnerships that we so appreciate.
And for those folks who are not fluent in acronyms, FAFSA is the financial aid?
Free application for federal student aid, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So the Men of Color started in 2016, and Estella brought this to Access Outreach and Recruitment, which is one of the departments that reports to me, and said, well, hey, what do you think? And that, you know, what do you think turned into this amazing program. We all know there's so much data about the lower graduation rates and college attainment for underrepresented men. And TMCC started Men of Color because of our commitment to the community and our mission of providing access to quality higher education. Underrepresented at TMCC specifically is to describe groups of young men that demonstrate hardship or lived experiences not conducive to college preparation. And some of these things include students in transition, first generation or lower socioeconomic students. And you know, we've all seen programs that die or succeed based on the strengths and talents of the people who implement them. And we are so fortunate at TMCC to have Miguel Martinez. When I first met Miguel, do you remember that day? I remember it distinctly. Yes, when he interviewed. He told me his passion is underrepresented students. And so we are so fortunate to have him implement this program and create it, you know, something that he has presented regionally and nationally on, and we're very proud of the work that Miguel's done. So I'll turn it over to him.
Great.
Sure.
Well, welcome, Miguel, and thank you for the good work you're doing.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me. Can y'all hear me like this, or do you?
Maybe pull the microphone just so the recording can catch you better.
Okay.
You can pull the whole thing over.
Okay.
Yeah.
That works.
There you go.
Yeah. So good afternoon, President Simon Holland, Superintendent Davis, and the rest of the board. Thank you all for giving me a little bit of time to talk to you about the Men of Color Mentorship Program. I'm really fortunate to be a part of that, and I'll just spend a little bit of time talking to you all today about the national and the local data on this specific group, do a little bit of a literature review, and then talk about our program overall. So I won't go too much in depth into the data and the literature review, just because I'm sure most of you are aware of the situation of this certain group. But this map that you see in front of you just kind of showcases the graduation rates, the adjusted graduation cohort rates for 2014 and 15, which are the last that were available from the National Center for Educational Statistics. You can see that Nevada is about, I think, 74. Maybe I should have my MISN checked if I'm not seeing that correctly. But that's about where we're at right here in terms of the national scope. And then when you break that down a little bit further, and you see Nevada is the red bar on your screen, and on the blue screen you see the national statistics. And so students that are, there's a big disparity basically between our graduation rates in terms of different races compared to the data from the national level. And here in Washoe County School District in 2017, here is a breakdown of the graduation rates based on gender and ethnicity. And you can see that there's about a 10% disparity between the female graduation rate and the male graduation rate. And these are just some examples. There's a ton of data that shows that these students are not performing on par with any other group that they're compared to, whether that's GPAs or graduation rates or college attainment rates, college graduation, and all that. So this is just a quote from a publication with Dr. Sanz and Punjan, who talked about how Latina females are numerically and proportionally outpacing their male counterparts. And then they just specific examples that they give, like I just mentioned, high school completion and college enrollment. And so where we see the highest or the widest gap is among our Black or African American students. At the associate level, 68.3% of them were awarded in that year, 2010, and then whereas only 31.7% of males were awarded that associate's degree. So calculating when they started college and percentages by the 3-year mark, this is where they were at in terms of graduation. So you can see there's a big difference. I mean, that 68% isn't that high anyways, but when you look at the 31%, there's a big difference between both of those groups. And so we saw this at TMCC, and we wanted to start a mentorship program to try to help this group of young men try to get to college and hopefully reach their professional goals. And so I just want to read the mission because we kind of spent some time developing it and including a lot of the key points that we think make up a good proportion of the program. So Men of Color aims to inspire, guide, and motivate underrepresented high school sophomores to attend college. And we do this by guiding mentees and their families through diverse career paths and college opportunities. And we seek to empower students to become leaders in our community. So not only are we preparing these students to give back or to become professionals in our community, but we also want to instill within them a passion to give back to their community and be leaders in what we're doing here in the Reno Sparks area. And this is a picture from last year from the Men of Color Summit where we welcome our new mentees. So this is a combination of the first cohort where we started at Galena High School. Those guys are actually graduating this year, so we'll be graduating our first cohort from the program this year. It's a group of 10 sophomores that we've been working with for about 2 years now at Galena High School. And then the other guys are from North Valleys and Reed. And then as was mentioned earlier, we are implementing at HUG this year, so we're in the recruitment phase at all of our schools. And so what is a man of color? How do we define that? And what this kind of showcases the type of students that we are looking at. We really try to recruit students at the sophomore level because that's when we see the biggest changes happen or the biggest disparity or the gap basically widens between freshman year and sophomore year and then even more so in junior year. So sophomore year seemed like a good time to start working with these students so if they messed up a little bit their freshman year, we can help them turn it around or make sure that they have what they need to keep going in that positive direction that they started with in their freshman year. And so as Sharon mentioned earlier, we do look at students that are first generation, low income, students of color, just because at the professional level they are underrepresented in terms when you compare that to people in the community. And so we just want to make sure that at all levels those statistics based on race look similar to what we have out in our community. And so that could also include students that are that have disabilities or students that are in transition or homeless. So any way that they can showcase some hardship in their life, then they can be a mentee for our program. And so what the 5 things we want our students to take away from the program is to demonstrate professionalism, to be able to have some leadership skills, know how to network. We want them to learn how to navigate college and hopefully find some funding for college and not have to pay for that out of pocket. So just a shout out to the financial aid office at TMCC because we work very closely with them to try to make sure our students have what they need to be successful in college. And then being able to articulate different components of their identity, as well as I mentioned earlier, giving back to the community. And so this is a quote from one of our students. Brian is at TMCC High School, but he started at Galena with us, and so he'll be graduating this year. And he says, I'll be the first person in my family to go to college, and he's really excited. Brian actually wants to be in SWAT, so
great.
Yeah, hopefully he makes it there.
Great.
Yeah.
Miguel, quick question.
Sure.
Can you educate some of us about what articulating components of their identity involves?
Yeah, so what we discuss when we talk about identity with students is culture, it's traditions, it's it may be their sexual orientation, their gender, what it means to be a man in today's society. So different aspects of students raising or lived experiences and how that can define what college is going to be like for them when they get there and how different it is for other students. So it's really more about awareness in identity and noticing differences and how those affect everybody's lived experiences.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Of course. And so we meet with the students one-on-one or in a group setting on a monthly basis. We go to the high schools that we're at on a Friday, one Friday out of the month, and we pull them out of their elective courses. And typically we meet with them anywhere from 15 to 45 minutes. But then aside from that, we also follow up with emails, texts, and phone calls. So we're using Google Voice to text the students or call them, and we're constantly emailing them and their parents with opportunities that we become aware of that they can take advantage of. We've offered 6 credits of dual credit over the past 2 summers for free for our students, and we've paid for their books as well as their lunch for the programs in the summertime. We provide career exploration workshops during their senior year in coordination with the Counseling Center at TMCC. And then we also do college and career exploration workshops. We do their Myers-Briggs with them, and we kind of show them what those letters mean and how that can kind of change who they are as a person, or just a little bit more of that identity awareness that we talked about earlier. Financial resource education, trying to increase the involvement of parents from the beginning is one of our main goals. That's why when students come to the Men of Color Summit, we highly encourage them to bring their parents, and we do have a track just for parents to get to know how to support their students while they're in high school and how to help prep them to have college-age students, basically, and what laws change and how to make the most out of that experience. We do community service. So we have a partnership with the City of Reno through the Adopt a Park program. So we're trying to get our 60 hours so we can get that plaque on the park. And then we have a weekend trip coming up with a local program called Adventure Risk Challenge, and we're taking our students to San Francisco, just north of San Francisco, for a weekend trip. And we're going to hopefully teach them a little bit more about team building and leadership development. Our specialty is on literacy and grammar, and so that they're going to focus on that end. And then we do one monthly social event as well with these students, whether that's bowling or going to watch a movie or anything like that. And then this is the breakdown of our numbers for the program. We have 40 students. Our goal is to get to 80 this year. We have 25 applicants so far. So if anybody knows any sophomores at Galena, Reed, North Valleys, or Hug, please let them know that they can apply to our program, and we'll try to help them get to college. And so we have 6 peer mentors. 2 of those are full-time TMCC employees. The other 4 are student employees at TMCC. And then those are the 4 schools that we're at right now. And this is a breakdown by race of the participants. And then a picture, again, from the Men of Color Summit last year. And so the numbers, I looked at the applicants, and they changed a little bit, so I'll read those off to you. The Black African American students are at 7.46, Hispanics 74.6%, Asian Pacific Islander 5.97%, and then multiracial is 11.9%. So it's a little bit different than what is on that graph, just based on the students that have applied so far. But we still have more spots available, and hopefully we can diversify our mentees a little bit more as well.
Great.
So before I respond to any questions, I'm going to pass it over to Christina to share a little bit with you all.
Great. Thank you, Miguel.
Good afternoon, President Simon Holland, Superintendent Davis, Board of Trustees. Christina Oronoz, Principal at Hug High School. This is my first time here, so I'm really excited about that. And this program is new to Hug High School, so I'm also excited about that, so that you can learn about the interest, that motivates us to be part of this program. So when I first met Miguel, I could tell that he was very passionate about the group that he was working with. So in talking, he said we need to recruit 10 10th graders, and I thought to myself, I'm going to get 20 only so that we can have a little more. So I'll talk a little bit about the students who we have right now. But in reviewing the data, because he did mention the disparity between females and males, and I started looking at the data specifically for HUG last year. So in looking at the core credit attainment in 9th grade, there is a 15% gap. The females are definitely outperforming the males at the 9th grade level. And in looking at the 10th grade core credit attainment, that gap jumps to 20%. Wow. So there is definitely a need. I looked at the data across the board through our wonderful data profile book, and there's a gap everywhere in between the females and the males, except in one area, which I was talking to Miguel about this morning, and that's with the ACT scores. The boys, not by much, but the males actually outperform the females in the ACT, which is interesting data. I was talking to the admin team this morning, and we were trying to, determine why that is, and it could possibly be the biases, when students start freshman and sophomore years, and usually boys tend to get more in trouble than males. So as we're going through equity and diversity training and looking at biases, this is good data to look at, because obviously the males are performing, and on the ACT, but not necessarily with the core credit attainment. So I thought that was very good data to look at, and
Thanks for sharing
interesting. So
that,
we'll be disaggregating that a little bit more. So we currently have 15 students, 10th grade students, who have filled, not all have filled the application, but 15 who are interested, the parents are interested. We have 9 Hispanics and all the 6 African American males in 10th grades. So we made sure that we targeted that population as well, because in looking at the data, there's opportunity gaps as well. So that will support our efforts. With that, we also have another mentoring program that is site-related, the Ascent program. And in looking at the data, for the past several years, they've usually had over 50% of females as mentees. So there is a need for male mentees. So this is a good opportunity and great timing for men of color to come in and support our male students at the 10th grade level. Other data that I looked at was of our 48 non-grads for this last year, 55 were males and 45 were females. So the data is consistent across the board that females are outperforming males. So it's an important program, and we welcome it. I really like the opportunity that they're giving the parents and guardians. They're involving them as well, because they will get that extra support at home as well. So we're excited to join the TMCC Men of Color, and we're looking forward to this year and hopefully to come back and share, success stories with our 10th grade students.
Fantastic. Great. Well, thank you all for the good work. That's wonderful. Questions from the board? Yes, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you for the work and for the program. This is very exciting. I just have a couple of questions. One is just clarity. You said you had 55 males and 45 females.
Percent.
Oh, percent. Okay.
Yes.
I was going to say, my math doesn't, it doesn't quite. No, I was at a funeral, so maybe I'm a little sad still, but I didn't get, 55%, I see.
Yes.
So you get, Madam President, excuse me, my apologies but I needed to go to that memorial service. My other question is, where do you get the mentors from?
So the mentors
Yes,
are all
Miguel, thank you.
TMCC staff or employees. So the 4 students that we have, actually there's 5 of them, are TMCC student employees, and the other 2 are full-time staff at TMCC.
Okay, so it's a combination of students and staff.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's both of us.
And 2 of the mentors happen to be HUG alumni, so that's another plus as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Of course.
I'm excited about seeing the results as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Miguel, is there an appetite to look at starting the program with the 9th graders?
That's a good question. I think it is definitely something to look at. We started with sophomores just because I mentioned a little bit earlier, it's a good time to either turn them around and make sure that they realize that the decisions that they're taking day to day are either going to get them to their goals or not, or we can just keep them going on the right path. But I think if we started doing some outreach at the middle school level and informing parents, then once they get to their freshman year, we can definitely start working with them at the freshman level.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if you guys want to do some research on why males outperform females, you might want to look at Claude Steele. I think he's with the University of Stanford. He was in more recent years. But he has some good information about that, and it's called stereotype threat. He could probably answer that for you.
All right.
That's great.
Thank you.
I apologize if you said this and I missed it. How is this being funded? Who's paying for it?
That's a great question. It's kind of a combination of all resources at TMCC, and so it's the funding's either coming from our own state account that we have as a department, or we're getting some outside help, like NIH is providing funding for one of our mentors. He's actually at UNR, and so we couldn't fund him anymore through our state funding, and so with a little bit more focus on the STEM programs now to our Men of Color program, we were able to keep him on and keep him funded that way. Gear Up is paying for one of the other mentors as part of his duties, and then the rest are coming out of the state. And then so any of the, like the funding for the dual credit class, that came from the CCR grant that we got from the state as well. So it's really a combination of different pots of money and just putting it together.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for sharing those different pots of money with our students. That's really, really helpful and very much appreciated, and please extend our thanks to everybody on your end, because this is really, really tremendous. Other questions? Yes, Vice President Raymond.
Thank you. When the students graduate high school and then they do go on to either TMCC, UNR, or somewhere else, is there a plan to kind of keep that support for them at the secondary or the university level?
Yeah, so the students are in the program for 3 years. So like I mentioned, we pick them up their sophomore year, and then we don't finish until the end of the first semester in college. So we're there up to, like 6 months after they graduate high school. So until December of their graduating year, we'll be with them. So we'll still meet with them on a monthly basis. They're welcome to come to our Men of Color Summit and meet the new cohorts. And then if they go to TMCC and we have the funding to hire them, they can definitely be mentors to the program. But yeah, that's basically keeping them on for that semester, and then hopefully teaching them how to look for the resources at their institution once they get there. And so each meeting, I didn't mention this earlier, but each meeting that we have with the students has a different topic that we go over. So whether that's looking for scholarships, tying a tie or a bow tie, how to create a resume, how to look for admissions processes or anything like that, how to be aware of deadlines, note-taking, test practice, and that kind of stuff. And so one of them is how to connect and look for resources on your campus. And so because at most institutions, they have a similar student services division, then because we're so aware of what we have at TMCC, we can do similar research at other institutions and make sure they have the connections they need there.
That's great.
Yeah, of course.
I also wanted to add that we hope that one of the things we'll be doing, well, you're doing right now, is getting them to apply for the Nevada Promise Scholarship, which in itself carries 3 years of mentoring once they get to the college level.
Yep. So any ways of collaboration, that's been our key to success, is being able to collaborate with different organizations.
Excellent. Great. And I know that if I look out into the future, I can envision when this will actually be a really great program for middle school students as well, because we know that boys and girls start to form some attitudes about themselves and about the future in middle school. So we really absolutely appreciate what you're doing. They're very excited about it. And I know it's important to find those students. I know the American Indian students seem to be underrepresented as well. Are there any specific strategies for the African American students and the American Indian students to try to bring them in?
So at HUG, we're identifying them by name, and so we're actually calling the parents because we know that if we leave it up to the students, they're going to be like, yeah, I'll talk to my parents, or no, I'm not interested, I'm not going to college. So we are reaching out to the parents, and that's our first line of communication to recruit some of the students.
That's great.
So, and to get to 20, which hopefully they'll approve, we'll start focusing on the.
I can see you with a cane pulling them into your office. Come here. Great. Well, anything we can do to help support you, I know we're just very grateful for all of the work. Any other questions by board members? Yes, Ananti.
So, are you guys planning on reaching out to other high schools as well, or are you trying to like really build a fundamental branch right now with the 4 high schools you're in contact at the moment?
So with the resources we currently have, we're at capacity with what we can do. And so we're at about 80 students, as I mentioned, and we can get to 100. But then after that, I don't know if we're able to support with what we currently have, the amount of students, just because, like I said, it takes a full day for these mentors to go out and meet with the students each day. And so to offer somebody a job to be a mentor that way, it might be a little bit more enticing if it was a full part-time job with along with other responsibilities that come with it. So that's how we're able to keep these students 20 hours a week, because they do have other things or other programs that they support as well. If it were to come to a day where we get a grant and we can support that option, I would be more than happy to expand to every Washoe County high school if we could.
Okay.
That's great. That's great. Dr. Taylor, I was thinking that this might be great to hook up with the Boltons. What's the name of their program?
It's NOW. It's a No Opportunity Wasted. It's for the historically black colleges and universities, that tour that they do. It's actually, thank you for mentioning that. I think that's a great idea. They give all students, particularly targeting African American students, an opportunity to spend 1 week of spring break taking a college tour to some of the HBCUs. And what they have found is, some students end up going to an HBCU, some don't, but because it's not just a tour, it's a whole college prep program. So they get together once or twice a month on Saturdays, and they get their packages together. They do essays, and it starts from as early as 9th grade, on up, and they do fundraising together and all of that. But one of the things that they found is that even if students aren't going to go because all the HBCUs are in the South, even if not, they come back with a greater commitment and enthusiasm about going to college, which is, so they come back and they're much more fired up. They do some test prep and so on. So that would be a really good,
great collaboration.
A really good collaboration. So if you contact me, Sharon, then I'll give you her information, and yeah, that'd be fantastic.
Great way to get some of our African American students involved. There are males and females in that program, but great program and complements what you all are doing.
Absolutely. And it's some extra help for that specific group of African American males, because we know that they need some extra targeting just based upon the gaps.
Great. Okay. Anything else? All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you all for your time.
We look forward to your continued success. And again, thank you for what you're doing.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Next up, item 3.02, presentation for the Board of Trustees on Title I School Improvement Section 1003A, Title 4A, Nevada Kids Read by Grade 3, and turnaround grants and selected programming supporting these grant programs. And Dr. McNeil will make it all clear for us.
Brought the whole gang today.
That's good. We appreciate seeing the whole gang. Thank you all for making time to be here.
So President Simon Holland, Superintendent Davis, members of the board, Kristen McNeil, Deputy Superintendent. So we are very pleased today. This is a board presentation at your request around the Nevada Departments of Education. They have offered 3 strategies for our schools across the state: to improve school leadership, to look at data-informed decision-making, and then also to provide support for our lowest performing schools. And so the amazing team that you see before you today, including Randy Drake, Ben Hayes, Roberta Duvall, and Debbie Beiersdorf, they're going to go into the different types of funding mechanisms that we use, including our federal funds from Title I, Title IV, as well as Nevada Kids Read,
and our turnaround grant programs, and looking at the different types of programs that we're able to put into our schools. So with that, I will turn it over to Debbie Beiersdorf.
Thanks, Dr. McNeil. So again, Deborah Beiersdorf, Chief Academic Officer, President Simon Holland, Superintendent Davis, and members of the board, thank you very much for letting us come before you today. I'm going to ask Ben if he'll be in charge of the clicker there. So as Kristen mentioned, we're here to talk to you today about 4 pretty significant grants, both state and federal, that we have the privilege and the honor of working within our schools, and we're excited that Principal Duvall is here with us as well. So thank you, Roberta. So again, as Kristen mentioned, Nevada Department of Education in helping us apply for and administrating these grants wants to make sure that the outcomes support their state improvement plans. So the 3 bullets up there, improvement in school leadership development work, improvement in helping our schools make data-informed decisions, and of course focusing on some of our lowest performing schools. So specifically, the 4 grants that we'll speak to you about today is the Title I School Improvement Section Grant, affectionately known as 03A. Title IV-A, the Student Support and Academic Achievement Grant, the Read by Grade 3, or Nevada Kids Read Grant, and our School Turnaround Grant. And I am going to turn it over to Ben, right? You're starting us out here.
Good afternoon. For the record, Ben Hayes, thank you. I'll start off talking about the aptly named A is for Affection Title I 003A. It's a portion of Title I funding, and it's intended going back to the state's priorities of leadership development, data-informed decision-making, and focus on low-performing schools. This one really hits all 3 of those. So they identify the lowest performing schools in the state, typically what they call the comprehensive school improvement schools. So more of schools that for 1 year have been classified as 1-star or have a lower graduation rate in the high schools. So they identify those, and then you become eligible to apply for these funds and write it into your school performance plan and everything like that. Last year, originally, we were funded with 4 schools. Now we have 8, so 4 that are continuing and 4 additional ones. And those will come up later. I'll name the schools. We don't have to name them right now.
Ben, are those competitive grants?
Yeah, everything that, and Randy is probably better to speak to this than me, everything that we'll talk about today is competitive. When he talks about Title IV, that'll become more of a formula start in the future. But everything today is competitive.
Okay, thank you.
So the focus of the work in this Title 1003 little a, again, is getting the schools to get to 3-star performance and get to sustainable higher performance. The requirement of that grant is the state is real conservative and focused in their approach on what they call ESSA evidence. So the ESSA law, Every Student Succeeds Act, wrote that grant funding has to be tied to evidence, which is a really good thing. And there's 3 tiers of evidence. Tier 1 is kind of randomized controlled, like a pharmaceutical type study. Tier 2 is more of a correlational study, and Tier 3 is promising practices. The state for these kind of grants really wants Tier 1 and Tier 2, and in fact, they kind of have a list of vendors that they have approved, which kind of narrows the focus of schools using these schools. So for this grant, they're real conservative on their approach to evidence and who you can use. You can make a case that you want to use a certain vendor that's not on their list, and we've done that for several of our schools, but it's not something where you can do your own thing as a district that you think fits your context. It has to be a certain vendor that's been approved with evidence. So with that said, most of these schools choose partners and chose, did I say choose? I got to go do a turnaround. Affection. Okay. Most of these schools are working with an organization called Partners in School Innovations, and they have some research to back them up. I'll get into a little bit more of their model lately, but typically the schools in this are using Partners in School Innovations. We have one of our charters is using an organization called Academy for Urban Superintendent Leadership, and Urban School Leadership, I apologize. And Vaughn, of course, is using some IB coaching because we were able to make an ESSA evidence case with IB.
Good afternoon, Randy Drake. For the record, I'll be talking about Title IV-A. As Ben alluded to, these have all been competitive grants up to this point. However, for the next school year, we've heard from the state that Title IV-A will be formula-based, so we actually expect to receive more funding by way of the formula. But for now, it has been competitive, and I'll talk about this grant a little bit. Title IV-A is intended to improve students' academic achievement in 3 different ways. So there's 3 focuses for Title IV-A. The first one is a well-rounded education, kind of a broad-based focus. Second focus is improve school conditions for student learning. That's school safety. The third focus is technology, the use of technology to improve academic achievement and digital literacy for all students. So now I'll talk about kind of the work we're doing to the schools are doing and what we've provided the schools through this funding to focus on this work. Some of it's focused on, again, aligned with the state, strengthen school leadership and data-driven decision-making, reduce chronic absenteeism, and reduce achievement gaps. Specifically, what we've done, kind of different than what Ben was talking about with Little A, the Little A grant, we've been able to focus on personnel and receive funding from the state, from the federal government through the state, to hire personnel to focus on this work. Specifically, we've been able to hire 2 social workers, in addition to the other social workers we have in the district, 2 additional re-engagement specialists, an additional social and emotional learning coach, and an additional equity and diversity coach. Wow. So that's really added to the services we've been able to provide to the schools. Yeah. For the technology focus of this grant, we've been able to hire an additional 21st century coach to serve several elementary schools in 21st century learning and computer science. So all of those resources have helped a lot of our schools to continue the work that they've been doing, and this funding has provided that help.
That's great.
That's what I got, that one.
So the schools that are working with Partners in School Innovations are listed up there. The special thing about Natchez and Desert Heights, they were funded originally out of Cohort 1, and they were both funded with with Washoe County School District certified teachers as data coaches. And so they've been they have some context. This is still only the second year they're working together, but their data coach has been working with partners and of course the school leadership and the area superintendent to really execute their performance plan. Partly because of the competitive nature of the grant, partly because the pot of money was smaller, the second cohort did not get funded for data coaches, and any cohort after that. So cohort 3 trainer did not get them either. In Title IV-A that Randy was just talking about, and this is not something that is real an important distinction to make, but Allen Elementary and Incline Middle School were funded kind of for their applications into the turnaround grant, but were funded out of Title IV-A, if that makes sense. As you can see, it's a great mix of schools, and now is as good a time as ever to make the point that their Partners in School Innovations is not just coming into our schools and kind of saying this is the model that you'll do. They have a model that's been shown to be successful in the past, but as you know, every school and every district is different. So we're working with them with our data team and the school leadership team to kind of make sure that it all blends in the same context so that we have good systems in place. And their model is one that we're similar or that we're used to. So you've often heard us talk about Plan, Do, Study, Act or action research. Theirs is a results-oriented cycle of inquiry, which is a continuous improvement model. For example, if you say something like choosed, then the second time around you would say chose. And this comes with network meetings, so and it's important to the organization, and our schools like it too. They don't like to be pulled out of the buildings, which I think is very admirable, but they do like to network with their peers and kind of problem solve together. So they have network meetings to kind of define a problem practice, and then they have on-site scheduled coaching days throughout the school year that Partners works with them on. And again, it's around data-driven decision-making, leadership, and really kind of narrowing the achievement gap so they have a strong equity lens with partners.
Thanks, Ben. So again, Deborah Beiersdorf. So I'm going to talk a little bit to you today about the focus with Nevada Kids Read, or Read by Grade 3. And as you'll see in the next slide, Partners in School Innovation works with 5 of our Read by Grade 3 schools, and I'll talk in a moment why those 5 schools were chosen. So Washoe County School District, and this is a competitive grant as well. Our literacy plan needs to and does lines up with the state's literacy plan and their expectations around Read by Grade 3. So we focus on 5 key essentials when we're working with our schools. And I also say, too, this is regardless if they're Zoom or Victory as well. All of our elementary schools are Read by Grade 3 schools is how we look at it. But anyways, so leadership and sustainability, and you'll remember that from one of the key focuses of the state NDE's improvement plan, making data-driven decisions. That second bullet, literacy assessment systems that are in place. We need to make sure that our systems in Read by Grade 3 for Washoe County align to state expectations. The professional learning that happens across all of our elementary schools. We work very hard to make sure it's consistent and continual in focus for all of our schools. So we're saying the same things when we're talking to our principals and to our teachers. And then again, a real strong focus and commitment to family and community engagement. So as I mentioned, there's 5 schools that are listed there: Dodson, Elmcrest, Hidden Valley, Incline Elementary, and Alice Smith. And these schools work very closely with Partners in School Innovation, and they were chosen based on ELA data from the 2016-17 school year. And these 5 schools, they couldn't be Zoom or they could not be Victory schools, so we needed to look at the next top 5 schools that we would identify for partnerships with Partners in School Innovation. And as Ben mentioned earlier, the focus with these schools is very similar with the focus with the other grants as well.
So the best named grant of all of these, with no letters or numbers, is the Turnaround Grant. And this is one that's more of a state distributed, so there's not as many federal requirements around the ESSA and everything. So they have a little bit more leeway. And the intent of this one was, so the 1003 little a grant is to get the kind of lowest performing schools, to get them on their way up to 3 stars. This one is for any schools that kind of can pinpoint areas of improvement that they want to focus on, or they want to turn around, in other words. So if they didn't make some of the state's targets, if they have achievement gaps that they're concerned about, if they have a low graduation rate, they apply for these. So it could be it's a bigger mix of schools. But what they do, they applied for this grant, and since they weren't so stringent on the state's vendor list, we're able to work with Solution Tree, which has been kind of a mainstay in Nevada and Washoe County, but they were also, the Nevada Department of Education a few years ago selected them to help develop leaders around the state. So we chose, or the schools chose, Solution Tree, and really what that is, what they do it, and I'm going to let the amazing Roberta talk in a second. They focus on building PLCs, which is, you remember our early release Wednesdays, all the professional development, getting colleagues to talk about data and what happens when students don't learn and going together. So that's the whole model there. This one, and I think everybody at this table would vouch for it, we've gotten some of the best feedback on this grant than we have on many, many vendors before. So we're working with the state to try to get Solution Tree on that ESSA evidence list, and so that we can continue kind of spreading a little bit. So here are the schools that are working with Solution Tree right now, and again, there's 2 cohorts, and I will turn it over without further ado to Roberta Duvall, who's principal of Cold Springs Middle School, and an amazing person.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, you can imagine when we learned last year, when we were reviewing our results as a school, we were not very pleased with our results. We were very stagnant. We were not demonstrating the growth that we knew that our students were capable of. And then we, as cohort 1, a group of colleagues, elementary, and I'm the only middle in that group, decided, well, how are we going to work with the turnaround funding? What does that look like? A non-Title I school, we never ever see any additional funding. So that was a little scary at first, but we all did some research and we felt that Solution Tree, and we had heard some really amazing results in a particular high school in Washoe County. So we thought that's the one we want to go with. And so of course that was the first phase. And then the second phase was, because none of us really knew what we were doing at that point with Solution Tree, the next phase was to go to an outside trainer, the Solution Tree trainer for a leadership team, and have some conversations and begin the process of how we're going to integrate this into our own buildings. And I think you can imagine a variety of administrators being pulled out of their schools, going into a meeting thinking, oh goody, here we go again. And I have to tell you that our cohort continues to work with the coach or without the coach. We go to Matley Lane a lot because that's a great space to meet, and we did it during the summer when we were in our off time because we found that collegiality, the sharing of strategies really is very helpful. And so that experience for us as school leaders was very valuable, and it's sustainable. When we approach our individual school sites, I know mine, we were working with our professional learning community process, and we were developing common assessments. We were doing everything up until you really take a look at analyzing those results of those common assessments. And we had to really take a close look at, are the common assessments that we are developing really that effective? Are we measuring or targeting the strands we need to be measuring for students, because that's what's impacting our growth. And so the coach, ours is Mona, and we're very excited to have her back again this year. We started with her in March. So needless to say, you know, it's really hard to say how much progress that was for our growth in that we did make. Is, you know, we were able to move from a 2-star back to a 3-star academically, and our staff is very happy about that. They worked very hard, and we will continue to move forward. But with the approach that we had with our staff, you can only imagine bringing in department leads and bringing in departments, and here we go, just one more thing, and I'd have to say the first meeting was the most challenging. But then once they started going through, you know, the do-for model and looking at the professional learning community collaboration process, and they realized it's more of a commitment and not something more we have to do. It's something that they've been doing all along, but with more meaning, with more collaboration, and honestly, more fierce conversations with grade level planning partners. We have to really have a conversation with each other and have group norms developed that will allow us to have those honest conversations, to be able to be respectful of one another. And then what systems do we have in place to hold teachers accountable and administrators accountable for the work? Solution Tree offered that for us, and it really helped guide us in this process in establishing a system for our school. It's not a, oh, now we have to do this. It's, okay, we've got to build in as much time as we possibly can to be able to do this. And that was a very short amount of time that we had with Solution Tree last year as a staff. We have our coach coming tomorrow, and we'll be meeting with our department leads, because our whole point is how do we sustain what we've started, and we need to be able to train our leaders in our building so that they can train the staff members and keep that ongoing. So it's been a very beneficial experience for our staff. For me as a school leader, I've been in the district for many years, and I continue to need to grow and learn every day as my staff does. And it's been a really positive experience for us.
That's great. That's great. Okay. All right.
Do we have any
Board
questions?
members? Board members, any questions? Yes, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. I was just wondering, when you go after these grants, is the criteria and the scoring just based on assessments and test scores and things like that, or does the state take into account other things like you know, being able to match a grant with funding or things like that?
There's different criteria for each grant, I would say, but you have a greater chance of receiving positive funding if you align your application to the state's plan, number one. You align the application to the purposes of the funding, number two. And number three, if you are seeking funds that involve the use of outside services, outside vendors, then as Ben discussed earlier, those typically have to be on a list that the state has pre-approved. So those are the three largest factors, I would say.
And thank you for this presentation. It answers a lot of the questions I've had through other presentations that we've received on these grants. I wanted to go back to the Partners in School Innovation slide, and I just wanted to clarify one thing about those Title little 3 affectionate grants and little A grants. Are those competitive among the schools? Do the schools apply directly for that? Does the application come directly from the district on behalf of the schools that are listed there? You mentioned some got them, some cohorts got them. Do they apply as cohorts? Help me understand how that application process works.
Right. Again, Ben Hayes for the record. They apply as school, and our amazing grants department, they do a lot. The schools, God bless you. The schools are eligible, and then the area superintendent typically talks to them and the deputy about kind of, do they want to approach this? What's the best context to do it? So that's how it typically works. And then the cohort is more of a timing thing. Like the cohort 2 was funded this summer, but cohort 1 was at the beginning of last year. So I don't know how much the schools kind of reach out and go and choose, or the area superintendent says, hey, this is a good opportunity, let's work with this, and then they figure out what best contextually fits that school.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, it's possible that some of them are actually competing against one another with their grant proposals.
It's possible, yeah. I think what I've seen is that they don't compete with each other. Some schools will say, no, we don't want to go this round. We've got some stuff in place that we want to give a chance for a few years. And so that drops them out of the pool. And then the grants will apply together. And in theory, yeah, they're competing against the rest of the state. So their per school funding could drop down if we have 40 schools apply versus 12. So that's why I think our area superintendents and our grants office wants to make sure that the schools have a good idea of what they want to go to with the best context. And I should have mentioned this earlier, but we are working with our program evaluation staff on my team is working with these schools and all of our grants to make sure that this is a good fit, it doesn't add noise, so to speak, to the school, and it aligns with their school performance plan.
Yeah, David Lacey, Chief of Staff for the record. And just to add on what Ben said, so we work with the Office of School Leadership through Kristen and through the area superintendents to kind of narrow down the focus of schools. So they're not necessarily competing with each other. We apply on behalf of all of the schools as a district and one application. So it's not each school applying independently, although each school is required to come up with a narrative, their own narrative, around how this program would benefit their school and their expected outcomes.
Great, thank you. And speaking of outcomes, so what are some examples of results and impact that we've seen? Maybe Roberta or any of you, some results.
Well, I'd have to say that when you look at our early release Wednesdays, the systems in place are more thorough for our staff now. So when they meet together as an ELA department, grades 5 through 8, or math or encore, special education, whomever's meeting, they've got a genuine agenda. We're not doing the idle conversation anymore. We're not using that for planning time. We are using that to discuss student growth or interventions. We're using that to really develop those common assessments, and the planning time is for another time. And so it really has a very set agenda, and they have tasks to complete. So when they walk away from the table, it hasn't been time that is not worth spending. And I think that that's been criticism before is, what are we going to do with this time? Or, we never have enough time. So let's use the time we do have very wisely. And I think that if you were to look at PLC work across this district in a variety of schools, it's going to look a little differently, as ours did as well. And it helps us get back to our focus, which is student success. And that means, what are we doing to make sure that that's happening? So it's really a system that has to be put into place, and Solution Tree really provides that.
Mm-hmm. And have we seen changes in student outcomes
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. What are some examples?
Number one, I think that when we talk about getting to know every student and getting to know their story, it really is a great combination of the work that we're doing with social, emotional, academic development. And you really do get to know your students. You're having to really look at those results on a weekly basis. And we do this twice. We do this with our teamwork as well as our department work. And it's really having to have serious conversations about, so now what are we going to do? We have these results. What do we do with those results? And that's a stopping point for a lot of teachers. So how do we re-engage students? It's not reteaching. It's how do we re-engage them? What interventions, what supports? Is this like a bring them in at lunch? Is this, okay, we've got an advisory intervention program we've developed into our advisory this year. Do we plug them into that Tier 2 level intervention? It's helping us really identify the tier leveled for academics and behavioral, actually.
Great.
So it's more succinct.
Great.
Just to add on to that real quickly, a couple of things. I think I emailed the board a few months ago, or through Chief of Staff Lasik, I did, the solution tree, and they really, like I said, there's been positive kind of qualitative feedback. They do attribute a lot of their growth over the last year to they were able to work with Solution Tree for a while, to their work with Solution Tree. Obviously, there's a lot going on besides that, but I think Solution Tree schools as a cohort went up something like 16 points on average on the 100-point framework.
Wow.
Partners in Schools, on the other hand, and I want to honor our principals because there has been some noise in the Partners in Schools or the 103 little a grant. That one's more of kind of flat. There was, I think it was a 1-point difference year over year, but they started later in the year, and it was partly because of state timing in distributing the funding for that grant. There's just been a little bit, and it's a different system to get used to, and we've asked feedback, and through program evaluation and through leadership, asked feedback from the schools, and there has been a little bit of noise in the system, so they weren't able to, for example, a couple of our schools weren't able to continue with the same coach with Partners because Partners has grown substantially, and you heard Roberta mention their coach, Mona, by name. I think that's important, and then some of our leadership has changed in different schools, so it's too early to tell. Again, it's only been about 8 months for impacts, but there is some noise in the system that we're working with the state on, choosing from vendor lists, working with the state on kind of funding cycles and that kind of stuff, and having an instructional coach or a data coach be able to help execute the plan.
Great. Thank you. Vice President Raymond.
Thank you. I'm assuming that there are reporting requirements back to the state and federal government for these. Is that responsibility assumed by the principals, or does the grants department support that, and is it very burdensome?
David
Man
Lacey,
of
Chief
many
of Staff.
burdens.
Yeah, many unfunded burdens. That's a good question. So we work collaboratively with the Accountability Office, Grants Office. As you can see, it's a team effort on all of this. But there are reporting requirements both at the state and federal level, but the majority of that is done through the Grants Office with the help of Accountability. But it's a small team that does a lot of work.
Yeah, I would agree. Whenever we can, we take the burden off of schools. So if we can get the data from the computer, we'll do that every time.
And sometimes there's monitoring visits too, and we work with the schools and the team to schedule those appropriately.
Yeah, and again, Deborah Byersdorf, and I think specifically to Nevada Kids Read. There's 60-odd elementary schools that are NVKR schools, and 5 are receiving this support. And our principals are amazing in accepting visitors, guests into their schools, into their classrooms, and that. But I would say our experience with the Nevada Kids Read, and I like your word noisy because I think that's a good way to describe it. I think if you had the 5 principals from those schools sitting in front of you, they would probably tell you that Partners is learning from our schools as well. So my point in saying that is they're not coming in and this is how you have to do it and this is what's going to work, because our schools are doing a lot of great work, and I think maybe Partners is capitalizing a bit on that and is taking, there's some takeaways for them as well, which is good because that will just help all schools in our state. So.
Just to add to your, comment about the school site, I have to say that I think that the turnaround process has been very palatable for the school site as a building principal. Yes, there are some requirements you have to do, but what we get in return is so much better. I think I've probably driven them, especially Randy and Ben this year, filled with a lot of questions, and they'll throw something back at me and I'm throwing it back at them. It's for them to help me complete this application, and then they do the majority of the work for us. And so I have to say thank you, because I know I drove them crazy over that this year in particular. No, I know I did. But they really made that process very painless for us. And then as the first cohort, we all got together and said, okay, what's our priority? What did we value the most? And having that on-site coach was really important to us. And we just wish we had more days with them. So,
Great. Superintendent?
Thank you, Roberta. And we enjoyed our school visit when you took us around and talked about the work that your teams were doing with the PLC. But my question for the group, or maybe Roberta and Deborah, so the members of the cohort, are they the same members who go to the Model School Conference? Or is it, because Doug Reeves kind of leads that work, or is it just, it depends?
It depended.
Okay.
Superintendent Davis, yeah. So some of them were definitely, and I think what they heard at Model Schools Conference, especially this past summer, work around equitable access and SEL, probably emphasized, what they're learning, working with partners. And did you go? Were you? No, you weren't there. But with Solution Tree as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
there was no funding for that other than if you were Title I.
True.
You may have just answered my question, Roberta, but is this something where we could, sort of internalize this and teach ourselves to fish using these models?
Absolutely, and that's why when I talk about being sustainable, it's really nice to have this coach for a variety of reasons, but that's as we build this process in our building, it is, whether I'm there, whether a coach is there,
Right.
It has to be sustained by the teachers doing the work.
Great, that's good to hear. And I'm certainly concerned that sometimes things that were an incentive at the beginning for awarding a grant may become a disincentive. When our schools perform so well, they lose the funding.
Mhm.
So we always want to be thinking about what will we do if that funding terminates. So that's great to hear.
I think that's why we appreciate the Solution Tree, because we do see that there is hope. Regardless of whether you have the funding or not, we know that the system will be put into place and that we can maintain that.
Excellent. Any other questions? Well, wonderful. Thank you for the great work. And we know that you all have a lot on your plates. And I know that this is another thing, but it's also a really important thing. So thanks for the passion and the commitment you brought to this. Appreciate the report. Thanks.
Thank you.
Board, do you want to take a break for a few moments? Okay, yeah, let's be back no later than 3:30. That's 15 minutes. I've got my mother tone. I did. And I will come looking for you. Present. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order. Thank you, ladies. Nice to see you. Our next item on the agenda is 3.03, presentation of the Board of Trustees regarding sexuality, health, and responsibility education share update from the Office of Academics, Department of Curriculum and Instruction, and possible action for the Board of Trustees to provide direction to the Share Advisory Committee. And welcome Kendra Fox and Rochelle Proctor. And Deborah, go ahead.
You, as Deborah Byersdorf, Chief Academic Officer, and you're joined today by Claudia Bassett, who is the chair of the Share Committee.
Wonderful.
And Claudia also serves as a counselor at Vaughn Middle School.
Welcome. Well, thank
So
you. Thank
we're
you all for
happy
being
she's here with us today. So again, President Simon Holland and Superintendent Davis and members of the board, thank you for inviting us today. And we are here at a request of the board to share updates on the work that the Share Committee has been engaged in. We've had, I think, 2 meetings so far this school year. And we also wanted to share with you a proposed timeline or work plan that we think will help all of us involved move forward in making the needed changes that we know we need to do for our students. So again, without further ado, I'm actually turning it over, I think, straight to Rochelle, and we do have a committee member in our audience that Rochelle is going to introduce to you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we did, Rochelle Proctor for the record, we did reach out. I did reach out and invited all the committee members to attend today, but of course they have prior engagements. I would like to introduce Tiffany Hoffman, if you want to wave back here.
Hi, Tiffany. Thank
One
you
of
for
our
being
committee
here.
members. So, yeah, you know, we're going to go, as a response to your request that we present kind of where we've been and where we're intending to move forward with SHARE. As you know, our current curriculum that we're working from was last updated in 2003. So we're missing quite a bit of information, and it's outdated, and we need to add some new things. So
Before people were able to fly, I think, is 2003.
I think so. Technology as itself has completely evolved from then. But anyhow, a little bit about where we've been so far. This past year, I was new to the position, trying to get my feet wet where we were going. We decided to start with high school curriculum, updating that. I began to work with a small cohort of high school health teachers, and just began to get their input. So we started last spring really going through, digging deep into the current curriculum, what we're using today, and looking at things that we could keep that really haven't changed. Childbirth really hasn't changed that much. Things that we wanted to add, and things that we were going to omit based on maybe it's covered in health standards elsewhere that we could omit. So, do this for you. Sure. Thank you. I took their suggested updates. I've also reached out to and spoken with Stephen Page, who spoke to the board meeting, or to you all a few meetings ago, I believe. He's with the Human Rights Campaign, and I figured he would be a great resource for researching. And my request to him was, given his outreach nationally, what are other districts doing? Great. So, we're just kind of in contact, and he said right now, of course, given with the elections coming up, that's where they're focused. But we're going to stay in contact and continue to and have those conversations. Our goal is, though, to have a more inclusive curriculum, addressing the needs of our LGBTQ plus students that we haven't at all in the past. Okay, you want to change it for me? Thank you. And going from there, along with that, we have kind of a working timeline as far as what we'd like to see accomplished. And we began looking at the high school last year. Our intent is to be finished up with that at the end of this school year, moving forward, presenting it to you at the end of this school year with hopes that we will be able to adopt it and move forward with high school using an updated curriculum next year. Next, as far as middle school, intending to get together with the middle school science teachers as another cohort for guidance, working as a team in the middle of this school year, with hopes of having it complete by the end of next school year. So it is a slow process, but we want to take our time and do it correctly. And then elementary school, same thing, starting in the middle of next school year and going forward from there.
So, Rochelle, when you
Yes.
say complete in, say, 2021,
Mhm.
that means you would be implementing for elementary school students in 21, 22.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
So a fifth grader will be in the eighth grade before. Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
So,
Trustee Frankel?
Yeah.
Thank you, and this is helpful. But one of the questions I have, and I know for those of us who were on the board a few years ago, we reviewed and we were ready to, or at least in the midst of having had a curriculum that was fairly advanced and developed after a long series of community conversations and the types of things that you're describing now. I'm just wondering, how is what we're doing now and the work that you're describing building off of that? What happened to the work that was done?
Yes, can you address that?
As a group and as a committee, there was a lot of public discomfort with that curriculum, and there was more discomfort than there was comfort. There was just so much dialogue around it. We didn't feel comfortable moving it forward. So what we're doing is, and that curriculum was built by an organization that has some political issues going on, and so we felt like building our own curriculum from internal, using resources from other districts would be a more appropriate way to move forward. So we plan to move forward with getting to the same goals, but just building it from within and utilizing some other resources. Within this timeline also, we do hope to get public input along the way, but we think that the public will be much happier with the updates that we're providing.
Well, the reason I ask that is, I mean, I think as President Holland is suggesting, it's right now we're facing a pretty significant STD epidemic, and there was language in that draft curriculum, even though there were segments of it that were not that weren't popular with some segments of our community. I'll just put it that way. I think there were aspects of it that were very critical, things like consent and inclusion of the LGBTQ community. And so I think we're behind the times on that, and I think we're also behind the expectations and the requirements that we have as a school district. So I think the faster that we can move this, the better. It seems like a pretty lengthy process, again, starting again with conversations. I don't know, are there things that we can make changes in to be in compliance sooner than 2021? Like you said, the fifth graders this year are going to be in eighth grade by the time we get to those middle schoolers, to those elementary schoolers. So I'm concerned about the timeline and our obligations and around many of these issues around protection, STDs, the LGBTQ community, as well as consent, and getting some of those things incorporated sooner rather than later.
They will be incorporated into the high school one this year, and then we can look at the others to see what smaller changes we can make to move quickly on those.
And I'm wondering, based on Trustee Frankel's comments, and it sounds like that's what you're doing, is taking some of those things that are the most glaring omissions or things that need to be corrected, and you can correct them for the high school students, but it can cascade at the same time to middle school. Is that fair? Okay, great. Dr. Taylor?
Thank you, Madam President. I too was going to wait until the end of questions, but I too share a concern around the timing. I mean, I'm wondering if there's any possible way we can move faster. I just think it's been quite a while since we've had it, and I understand what happened in terms of taking another look and saying, hey, let's back up and redo, and I support that. Quite frankly, I do. I think that was probably the best at that time, but a window that we don't get this thing completed until 2021 just sounds too lengthy. And so my question would be, from myself, and it sounds like some of my colleagues share some of the concern, is there a way we can ask you to give us a timeline that moves more quickly? Because it just seems like this is a snail's pace, quite frankly, if I may. Excuse me, I'm tired. But it just seems like this is a snail's pace, based upon certainly some of the things that we know are more glaring. And just as a whole, I just don't think it should take us 3 years to do one curriculum. This isn't math. We do that way, but this is a little bit different and a little bit more connected. So I would like to ask the committee, is this a recommendation from the committee, by the way? I would ask you to take it back to the committee and have some dialogue and perhaps express if there are others that a concern, a desire at least to consider a more expedient timeline.
Thank you. And as we said, maybe there's a way to parse it, to chunk it down, as a colleague of mine used to say, so that we can take some chunks and put them in all three curriculum at once, so that we don't wait on some important things. Deborah?
If I may, again, Deborah Beiersdorf. So we have October 16th, correct? And I'm going to look at Claudia here as well as our next share committee meeting, where we will be bringing this information forward to them. And I understand, absolutely, we all as a group understand the concerns about the length of time. It is somewhat of a lengthy process when we're getting input from not only our parents and our guardians and our community, but also from our teachers as well. So Rochelle, I'm going to speak on her behalf, is I know she worked her whole fall break last week to get ready for this next meeting, but she's working super, super fast. But we want to make good, sound decisions so that when we can bring updates to you, we are 100%, they're researched. We believe this, our teachers believe this, our principals believe this. So we certainly can move. We can look at moving a bit quicker. We can talk about an adjusted timeline, but would like to go, and I'm going to look at Claudia, go to the committee and talk to them more about that as well next week.
Great, thank you. And I hope that you all know, I can speak on behalf of my colleagues, that we very much appreciate the work both by the committee as well as the staff, because we've certainly all been the recipients of some of the emails and phone calls, and we know it's very challenging work. It's challenging work all over the United States, and we know that. There are districts that have had just huge community breakdowns over this, and we very much respect and appreciate and value you all for dedicating your time to do this. So we're not at all dissatisfied with that. We just want to, I think, if I could speak for some of my colleagues, we as a district have a liability. We have a responsibility to make sure that our kids are prepared in every way for their lives. And I know you share that commitment. So we just want to make sure that we're doing everything we can. I mean, since it's been 15 years already, you know, these kids are in college now that missed it. And so, yeah. Enough said. We'll let you continue, and sorry for the interruption. Oh, Mr. Mayor.
Actually, it'll be 20 years by the time this is done.
That's right. That's right.
Actually, in my estimation, what we have in place is caveman stuff. We've really got to do major jumps on this, and I like the idea of chunks, and put one in each of these 3 categories and chunk it out and come with that. But really, you talk to people across the nation, school board members, and they say, you haven't had a rewrite in that long? It's almost, I don't want to say get in the conversation with it, because it is embarrassing and it's not getting any better. And I think there's so much that needs to be added and corrected. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, President Simon Holland. And I wanted to, before you do, just please, I hope that I don't want to show any lack of appreciation for the work that you have voluntarily jumped into, because it's a hornet's nest. And both of you have jumped in knowing it was a hornet's nest. And so I really do want to appreciate that. So please, I hope let me apologize if I came across harsh, as though there's no acknowledgement or appreciation. That is certainly not my intention at all. Certainly at all. So if you go to the committee and come back and say, hey, we just can't do, you talk to that, I think that's something we'd have to consider as a board. But if you can put your heads together and see if there's any way you can move a little bit faster, because all of us, we're feeling like we aren't doing a big justice, because we did have to reset, which again I do support that. I do think that was the right thing to do, but I just want to I think we all want to make sure we're doing our best work for the kids. So if you wouldn't mind discussing that and sharing it with the committee and telling us what you think. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. What's new? What's new with SHARE? So I believe we talked a little bit about, when we were looking at the policy update, we did talk about the inclusion of SHARE permission on Infinite Campus. So that is new, of course, first year.
So they can see it.
Yeah. And so, oops. At least it wasn't me. We're done. Going home. This is the pleat from the Infinite Campus page that the parents see when they are registering their students for SHARE. You have the yes, the I do not want my child to participate, and then my child is not in a grade 4 through 12, meaning a SHARE grade level at this point, or, moving forward for next year. So that being said, of course, it's new. We have some hiccups along the way. And one of them was late registrations are showing up as a blank box. So right now we're working on doing a query and an Infinite Campus, building an Infinite Campus report for Share specifically so we can see who we need to reach out to as far as parents. I do have a couple of schools so far that are doing paper along with the online, and they'd like to compare just to make sure, and see what the percentage difference is. So, and a few other schools, they haven't had too much discrepancy. There were just a couple of empty boxes, but it's dependent on schools. That being said, we did have some committee feedback on the Infinite Campus inclusion of Share, and Claudia will address that.
Thank you. Claudia Bissett for the record. At our August committee meeting for Share, when we were discussing the process that the district uses to have students registered with permission from their parents on Infinite Campus, one of our parent committee members brought up the concern that there are many parents who take advantage of the early registration that begins in January the year before, and our current third grade parents for the students who would be going into fourth grade in the fall have not had any background information in order to make that decision if they wanted to get permission or not. So we, in order to facilitate better family engagement and to improve our customer service to our parents, we want to include the current third grade parents in the parent preview nights rather than just inviting the fourth grade and up. So Rochelle has been working with the elementary school counselors to make sure that the third grade parents are being invited to these preview nights so that they have the correct information to make that decision. And also speaking to some of the blanks that were left, I know as a school where I work, Vaughan Middle School, where there's a very high percentage of English language learners and parents who may or may not speak English. We want to make sure that we are providing enough information for them to be able to decide whether or not this is something that they want their students to be involved in for 7th and 8th grade, as it may or may not be clear to them, and we need to be sensitive to the cultural differences that may be a factor in them leaving it blank or perhaps saying no. So that is something that we are cognizant of in our customer service that we want to provide.
I'm just going to add something. I'm glad to hear that. I am the mother of a fourth grader, and when I went through this last year, I knew I was going to say yes, but at the same time I was thinking about all these, other parents that don't even know what that means, and the difference between third grade and fourth grade, even in January, you sort of think like, gosh, it seems early to start in fourth grade, and now that she's in fourth grade, it seems completely appropriate and the right time. But I'm glad to hear you're including them more. And then, is this every year you get this question?
Yes.
So you can change it if you, okay.
Every year. I'd also like to say that when I taught Share as a elementary school counselor, we were still, of course, doing paper as the IC registration is new this year. And there were many questions from parents of the new fourth graders. Well, what is this? And they had not been included in the preview from the year before. So I think this is a really good solution to reach out to those families and increase their understanding of what it is that their students would be learning.
That's great. Good comments from Thank you. Oh, John?
We say, we'll send it home in Spanish and we'll do this. Some of those people can't read Spanish. They can't read English. They can't read Spanish. So I think one-on-one contact with some of those people with interpreters and things is an option, because I find it in my neighborhood a lot of times they do not know how to read Spanish, let alone speak it. And so they're at loss, it's in that area, and I think some things should be made so that they could have an interpreter or whatever.
I know at Vaughan Middle School, when we have our back back to school night in August, the week before school begins. We have computer labs and all sorts of help for them to get online and do that. But it tends to be, I don't want to say rushed, but it tends to be, very purposeful. Let's get this registration done versus some groups of parents or schools that may take advantage of the pre-registration that begins in January. So
Yeah,
I think that
because
makes a difference.
if you have to take time, start 6 months ahead of time and do it, because it's just something waiting to happen by not having it vocally instead of just written, because some of them can't read Spanish. So we have to think of that.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And of course, Spanish isn't our only other language, too. I know you have a big challenge with all of that, so thank you. Okay, please go ahead.
So, and to piggyback on what Claudia was saying, Rochelle Proctor again for the record, we are continuing, as we will forever, our parent preview nights. I've already had the high school one for the district. I think I doubled attendance to 20 parents this year for high schoolers. I was excited. Lots of good questions, and also seeking an updated curriculum. Our parents are concerned, just like as you're expressing. I will begin middle school tomorrow night. I have our south side of town at DePoli, and then in 2 weeks I'll move up to Mendive for our middle school parent preview nights, and I have attended a few of the elementary school parent preview nights, so they're all up and running depending on when they want to teach it and when it works with their school schedule. I've also last year worked with one of our parent involvement facilitators at one of our Title I schools, and she had it as a morning mug too. And so I went out and did small group, just a parent preview. And so she was there to interpret and meeting the needs of our families and when they could be at the school. So that's another option. I mean, I'm out there doing whatever just to give our families the most support they can have. So, yep, exactly, John. Okay. Oop. So, and looking forward in the big picture, yes, as we've heard today, to move a little quicker, we'll address that with our committee coming up next Tuesday. Moving forward in the future, though, with let's just say all of our curriculums are updated. This is what we would like to do on an annual basis with the committee. October review high school. What needs to be changed, what can be kept, what needs to be added based on where we are, technology, learning, diseases, whatever it is. January we'd look at middle school, March elementary, and then May any proposed updates or changes that needed to be made will be then presented to you. So with the intent that the next school year we'd move forward with those changes. But to a continuous, it's kind of a living document. So no longer stagnant that we put on the shelf for 15 years and then get to that point of, oh my. So that is our kind of goal moving forward with this. What did we have left? And then, next steps, considerations, thoughts from you. We've heard as we've been going.
Great. Well, I know that we are, I think I can speak for my colleagues, that we are very anxious to join you in the implementation of an inclusive curriculum. And I think it would be great if you could tell us a little bit about what does that mean to you and what would that look like in the curriculum? What would inclusivity look like in the curriculum? Because I know we will get asked about that. We get asked, is it advocacy for an alternative lifestyle? Just exactly what does it entail? So maybe if you could give us a little overview, that would be helpful.
And since we haven't shared it with the committee yet, they haven't seen because it hasn't posted. We're starting out with some as far as vocabulary, terminology, looking at different, to address our different student and our population of students and their practices that they're choosing. Contraceptive methods, including that. Sexual assault in our LGBTQ community. Statistics on that, things that we can do being allies for them. So without giving a whole bunch of information before it goes to the committee, that's kind of where we're going at this point.
That's great. Claudia?
Just for the board to bear in mind that as the curriculum is being developed, each school has an incredible team of counselors that advocates for students and works with teachers and works with parents and works with communities so that when issues arise, they have someone, students who are having issues or troubles or students for whom we will be updating the curriculum specifically. They have an advocate in their school counselors and in their school administrators. So while the curriculum is being developed carefully and accurately and with a lot of thought, we want to make sure to know that the students are being advocated. They do have advocates in their school counselors.
Mm-hmm. And I asked the question because I think it would be really helpful for us to have some talking points when you get to those specific elements of the curriculum, because we do, like you, we get a lot of calls and input, and I think it would be wonderful for us to be able to say, here's what our district means by inclusiveness in the SHARE curriculum. And no, we're not promoting a lifestyle, we're embracing that people have different lifestyles, and we want students to understand that. Trustee Frankel?
And I want to echo that as well. And again, I also want to apologize if I came across strongly previously. I have a personal passion about this, first of all, because I'll be leaving the board, and second of all, because I have a 20-year-old daughter who went through the school district from age kindergarten on, who wasn't, her lifestyle and her choice as a gay woman was not included at all in the curriculum that she was exposed to. And that did create a lot of challenge for her as she explored her identity. And I think part of our passion and mine around inclusion isn't at all about advocacy. It is about acknowledging the presence and that it is a choice, and you are included and you are part of this and you get to exist and be recognized. And that's true for gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender and gender nonconforming children. So I think that's my passion, to make sure that, and I know that the counselors are there and advocating, but I also know that our high schools are large and our counselors are overwhelmed. And so I wanted to share that personally to express my passion about that and my reason for my passion about moving this forward quickly, and my disappointment that I won't be a part of having made any choices around our curriculum since I will no longer be on the board. But I'm hopeful, and I know, and I see and I know your commitment to that inclusive aspect of this policy, and that we'll find a way to make sure that we are addressing the lives and the needs of all of our children, and also recognizing that not everyone is going to be comfortable with that, but that still, in my view, does not mean that we don't include them. And I think that is our obligation. So thank you for all you're doing.
I know the committee and Rochelle are seeking our input and soliciting any things that are specifically of importance to us. We'll entertain some public comment, but be thinking about any specific input we can give them now to help them, because that was part of the reason for this, to help with their work plan. Yep, JJ?
Brooke Malath.
Welcome, Brooke. Nice to see you again.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. For the record, Brooke Malath, President of the Transgender Allies Group. This has been an area that I know all of you are aware that I've been passionate on for the past several years. I have been involved with this process longer than almost anybody else in this room. I want to call out a couple of things. First, the use of the term lifestyle. I do not live a lifestyle. I live a life. It is my life. It is not a style. It's no more than you choosing a heterosexual lifestyle. And to claim that a lifestyle or that my life is a choice, let me tell you very simply, my life is here because I made a choice to either transition and accept who I was on the inside or die. I chose to live. I chose to be a voice for the community, to be able to say we exist, we have always existed throughout humankind, and we are not going away, and your choice has to be to accept us as equals, that we deserve human dignity, that we deserve the right to be able to know about our own bodies and how to be able to share intimacy on a full and open basis with who we choose. But to be able to do so in a knowledgeable way and not have that information withheld. Please understand that 50% of boys in this country have already discovered pornography on the internet by the age of 8. That's third grade. We, by default, by not taking advantage of being able to teach proper, medically accurate information, are allowing our children to be taught by internet pornography. We have to move this process along faster. Thank you, Board, for being able to give your input on accelerating this process. Keep in mind that last March, the committee was told we need to be able to look more and gather information from the high school cohort as what we need to be able to adopt. March. That's 7 months ago. I don't know how it takes 7 months to be able to figure out what is and is not right in a curriculum. And if we can't move this system faster, I think that we have to be able to look as whether we have the right person to be able to lead the program forward to make this curriculum happen in a faster manner. The meetings right now are happening only once every 2 months. That does not allow the timely advancement of any of these curriculums. 95% of parents are opting their children into the program. They give valid confirmation that they want their kids to have appropriate sex education. And please note, only one professional agitator labeled the last curriculum that was proposed as a political problem. Nobody else has made it a political problem except for that professional agitator. It was a good curriculum and should have been adopted at that time. Thank you.
We have another comment. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Hoffman. I'm not up here speaking as an advisory committee member. I'm up here speaking as a parent. I'm on the committee as a parent. I have a senior at Reno High School. I also am a third-generation native to this state. I graduated from Carson High School. I graduated from UNR. And it wasn't until I went to my master's degree program in Tennessee that I actually learned about comprehensive sex education. So it's really important. I have a living room filled with teenagers every day. None of them have the correct information. I'm constantly having to correct the information. I also work as a midwife, and I work in women's health, and I see the issues at hand about pregnancy rates, about having information about how to protect yourself, about, I would argue that childbirth has changed, but we'll get to that later. But this is information these kids need. We're failing our children. Comprehensive sex education is supported by every medical institution in our country. There is no reason we should have an abstinence-only or abstinence-based program that is not comprehensive and inclusive for all of the kids in our community. And I just wanted to say thank you for your opinion that we need to speed this up. I agree. This is my third year on the committee, and it feels like I wasted all of that time. And I'm really passionate about this subject, and I really, really want to help put forward a curriculum that really serves our community. So thanks. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, and thanks for your service on the committee for all this long time. Hang in there, because we do care very much, and we share the commitment. Any other public comment? Okay, any other comments from the board? I think the folks have gotten the sense of our sense of urgency, and anything that, if there's anything we're doing that slows it down, please speak up when we get to those obstacles so that we can get them out of the way, because we want to be your facilitators to make this happen quickly. So let us know how we can help. And thank you again, because it is difficult work, but the fact that it's difficult means that it's important and needs to get done as soon as you can. So thank you. Thanks for coming to visit with us. A motion on that? It does have a motion outlined in the. Well, we provided direction. We don't need to take a motion, do we?
Well, I would suggest that you take a motion because technically not one member can direct staff.
Gotcha.
So
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion that provides for summarizing the direction we've shared?
I'll give it a shot, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees provides direction. That's what it says. That's what it says. Okay, I think I'm going to go a little deeper than that. Yes, I will. I move that the Board of Trustees directs the Share Advisory Committee and staff ask the superintendent to direct staff and the Share Advisory Committee to reconsider the timeline for the timeliness and bring that back to the board. And in addition, consider the comments regarding awareness of various sexual identities and such. And inclusion. That's a much better way to put it. And that they also consider the board's comments regarding inclusiveness in the new policies.
Dr. Taylor and second by Trustee Frankel. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We are on to item 3.04, presentation and overview of the Board of Trustees community engagement activities for school year 2017-18 and plans for 2018-19. And we are joined by, I won't use the new nickname I have for you, Sam. We're joined by David Lasik and Samantha Fredrickson.
All right. Thank you, David Lasik, Chief of Staff for the record, and with me, Samantha Fredrickson, the board's community engagement and coordinator. So at our September work session that we had together around our strategic plan and metrics, one of the discussion items was around the board's community engagement and the activities that occurred, and specifically when you are out in the community doing various engagement things, what do you do with that feedback? So we are here, Sam is here, put together a presentation to summarize the activities last year that you all took part in the community, and to summarize this year and what are the plans going forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to her.
All right. Thank you all. Samantha Fredrickson for the record, and Katie's nickname was endearing at least, so maybe we'll share that with you later. Just wanted to clarify
Can I just
that.
say it quietly?
It wasn't a mean nickname.
Samalama Ding Dong.
It's good, right? That's on the record. Wow. Oh, Katie. Okay. So first of all, I want to start this presentation by thanking all of you for being leaders in community engagement and for recognizing the importance of community engagement, because everything I'm going to talk about today obviously would not have happened if you all hadn't been passionate about going out there and talking to community members and parents and students and staff. So I will talk a little bit about what you all have done, and as David mentioned, kind of how that's been used. So during last school year, 2017-2018, you all rolled out a community engagement plan as a way to include parents, students, staff, and community members in your decision making. There were three sort of main pieces of this community engagement plan that I'll talk about today. Community surveys in order to seek input, budget forums, which we held last year in advance of passing the budget, and the Talk with Your Trustee community forums that were more broadly focused. So I'll talk about each of those in turn. And we're going to start with the budget, and that was pretty big last year. You all did a lot of work on that. Community outreach regarding the budget actually happened very early. It started in December 2017, as you recall. A variety of ways that you sought community input through April 2018 when the budget was approved. So the first thing that happened was the budget survey. As early as November 28th, that draft budget survey was brought to you as a board, and it was sent out to the community on December 12th. So it was open from December 12th to January 2nd. The survey was sent out to parents, staff, community members, and students. And on January 30th, the survey results were then brought back to you and presented to the board. And what did those survey results show? Well, we had 2,202 responses, and only 3 Spanish speaking, which I think is something that we can all work on as we do this again next year. But over 2,000 responses, I think, is pretty good. And some of the common themes that came across in that survey of what people said. So the survey asked questions about what sorts of program reductions people would be okay with, what sort of instruction reductions people would be okay with, and then operations reductions and what people thought about that. And so this just kind of summarizes the overall themes. Program reductions that people suggested were central services, teacher support, and student transportation. The instruction reductions that people could be okay with. I say be okay with because it's not like anyone is saying we want to cut things, but obviously, as you all know, you have to make those tough decisions. So testing was one, teachers on special assignment was another, and teacher professional development was another topic that came up. And in terms of operations, people talked about, and the survey showed school administrators, bus purchasing, and central service staffing. And it was very clear that overall the class sizes should not be increased. So going from the surveys then, you all participated in 5 different budget forums that we held throughout the school district, as you can see. Those were really successful, I think. They drew a wide range of participants. Over 150 community members in total attended these forums, ranging from students. I know you all remember that one 8th grader who came to 4 of them, I think. We had elected officials who came to these. We had parents. We had staff members. So we had a lot of participation at these forums. We also had a lot of participation on behalf of staff. So these are all the departments that participated in making these budget forums a reality. And we wanted to have experts in all of these different issues areas at the budget forum so that when people came up with questions or ideas, we would have staff members there as well to sort of answer those questions or talk about, what kinds of ideas are realistic and what would save money and what wouldn't save money. So as you recall, these were pretty largely attended by a lot of people on our leadership team. And what did we talk about? So each of these budget forums, as you remember, were structured in a way that really allowed folks to break up into small groups and talk about what was important to them, what they wanted to keep, what they wouldn't mind reducing if reductions had to be made. And so, and they also looked at the survey results as well and kind of talked further about the survey results. So some of the common themes that came up in terms of what folks wanted to keep, maintenance and custodial staff. People wanted to keep that. They did not want to see any reductions made to English language, to gifted and talented, and to special education. Music and art was another topic that came up at many of these. Athletics, school administrators. So you'll see the survey, that was one of the things that people brought up was cutting school administrators. But at the budget forums, it was very clear that the folks there did not want to cut school administrators. They didn't want to cut teachers. They didn't want to make class sizes any bigger, and they didn't want to cut transportation for high school students. That was one of the topics that had been discussed. So that was what to keep. What folks were sort of willing to reduce, and again, it was, as you remember, hard conversations that people had because they realized that it's really challenging to make these determinations when, of course, you want to keep everything. You want to give more, you want to provide more, but I haven't figured out a way to plant a money tree yet. So you got to make those decisions. So academic assessments, again, that was on the survey as well. People brought that up. The teachers on special assignments, again, people brought that up. Central administration, again, was brought up. And transportation, specifically increasing the walk zones, was one of those topics that folks discussed at the budget forums as being palatable as a way to save money. So on May 22nd, you all approved the budget and took into account, I know, a lot of what was discussed at the budget forums, what was happened in the survey. So in looking back at what folks talked about and what folks recommended, I've highlighted here some of the things that were approved in the budget, and you'll see that they are topics that folks, for the most part, agreed on. There were no class increases. There was an increase in walk zones, as you know, and again, that was something that had come up at the budget forums. There was a reduction of district travel budgets. There was a 7.4% reduction to central services and administration, which is something that had come up in terms of what folks wanted to reduce. And there was reduction in professional training costs, which was another thing that folks had suggested in terms of, don't reduce teachers, but if you have to save some money somehow, reduce professional training costs. So that's the budget. The next set of community engagement forums that you all participated in are the Talk with Trustees events. So we started doing those last spring. We held these 4 of them really within a month span that I think all of you participated in. And you'll see that we had about 50 parents, students, and community members over the course of these 4 events. So these were all held in the evening at these various schools, but folks were invited from the community, from all the surrounding schools. And participation varies depending on the school, as I think is everything in life. But I think for the inaugural year, this was pretty good attendance. So these were structured, as you remember, very informal. Chairs in a circle, open-ended question and answer format, allowing people to just be real and be open and share their concerns or share their positive feedback or ask you all questions. We had some staff at all of these, either our deputy superintendent or our chief of staff was at every single one of these to be able to sort of answer those really specific questions that arose and to make sure that those specific needs that got brought up were addressed. So that's the forum side. So now just to talk a little bit about the third category, which is surveys. So the other way in which you all reached out to the community last year is by surveys. So the first survey I'll discuss is the calendar survey. So this was sent out during May, and this was to talk about the balanced calendar for the 1920 year, I think, 1920. And so that survey was sent out to staff and parents, and you'll see 59,000 emails and 47,000 phone calls went out. So we had over 17,000 people complete that survey. And then in June 26th, you voted on the calendar option for the school year 1920. The survey results from the calendar survey were, of course, very, very mixed. But I think the important piece to note in this is that there were specific things that people wanted to keep and specific things that people wanted the semester to end before Christmas break or winter break. So that was something that was taken into account. So there were different things that I know you all had to balance when making this final decision on the calendar survey. So that's calendar survey. And the final survey is the superintendent survey. So that was sent out in the fall of 2017 to staff and community members, and that was as a way to help with the evaluation of the superintendent. We got 1,100 responses to that, which is a 16% rate increase in responses from the previous year. And I know that you all used the data from that survey to determining the superintendent evaluation and also when setting subsequent goals for the next year. I wanted to also just highlight briefly that as a whole, of course, the district is doing tons and tons of community engagement. This presentation is obviously focused on the community engagement that's really led by the Board of Trustees and how that community engagement, how that input is used in a lot of the decisions that you make. But just wanted to make sure that folks know that we're out there in many, many capacities, many departments, in a variety of ways. We have board advisory committees that are comprised of volunteers. You just sat and talked to the SHARE committee chair. That's one example of that. We did our back to school expo this year that was very successful that I think some of you attended. There's, of course, family engagement events. There's all kinds of district surveys that staff is sending out on other topics. The superintendent is out there doing different community events and talking to folks. So there's a variety of ways that district personnel and volunteers are out there reaching out to people, so I just wanted to make sure that was highlighted briefly as well. And then going forward, so for this school year, we have kind of learned from last year and are doing, I think, even more outreach to the community. So the Talk with Trustees events, we're holding those monthly. at various schools throughout the district. So each of you are participating in those throughout the year. We will be again holding the budget forums in January and February, and talking more about making those even bigger and better. And we've started this year reaching more student input and holding these student discussion circles, which a few of you have participated in so far. We've held them at Mount Rose and at Incline Middle School, and we're holding one at Dilworth this week. And that's really an opportunity for you all to get out there and talk to students and hear student input, because they're the ones, you know, in the classrooms who have lots of ideas too. And then, of course, you know, not this year probably, but down the road when it comes to the strategic plan and updating that, there will be lots of community engagement opportunities as well for that. And I think that's it. Any questions?
Okay. Thank you,
Comments?
Sam, and thank you so much for, I think this is absolute best practice work in community engagement. So I know on behalf of the whole board, want to thank you. I know you have spent many hours, David, everybody's spent a lot of time, but Sam, you've really been the heart and soul, so thank you for doing all of this. And I know you just mentioned to us, it isn't on the last slide that we would do a budget survey again, but that is part of the plan again, so that's great. Great. Questions or comments? Yes, Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. So Sam, a lot of the things that we've done have been, in-person, face-to-face events and town halls, and then of course the surveys as well. And I'm wondering if there's a way that we could somehow incorporate feedback and comments we get from the citizens via social media into this mix. I mean, I know there's been a few times where I've, on my social media, I posted a question and gotten 30, 40 really good responses, and I've never, aside from just absorbing what I hear, I've never really known what other ways I can get that information into the mix. And so I don't know if that would be a good thing to look at, if social media is something that could be incorporated in there, or if you just see some issues and challenges with it and you would not want to do it going forward. I'm just not sure, and I was wondering what you thought.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know that social media is one of the goals and metrics for the strategic plan for your goals and metrics that we have looked at. Mostly, I think that was the school district board of trustees social media. So that is something that is tracked and looked at and then reported back to you all.
And I'm wondering, is there a way we could do some of our sort of town halls or forums interactively without people having to be present? Perhaps a way that we could uplink from here in our chambers and have people be able to call in or to email us and have an interactive dialogue that way, to do a sort of an online town hall or an online forum, because I know you put a lot of work into those 10 people that show up at our Talk with Your Trustee, and 5 of them are employees. So, maybe because we all know it's hard for people to get out, and it might be something for us to think about maybe in the springtime or something to do an online forum.
Yeah, I like that idea. I think there's online opportunities, there's Facebook Live, there's Twitter chats, there's a lot of different opportunities.
And we have done some Facebook Lives too. Yeah, we've done a few of those. Yes, Dr. Taylor.
I would just concur and just thank you for all your work. We're doing some new things we haven't done, which is really cool. And thanks to all of our colleagues, all of us get out when we can to do things. I think that's something that I think we've always gotten out well, but now it's always getting out there that we're getting out. And I think that's cool. I think the other thing I would, and I know this isn't an exhaustive list, but just as you report on these, there's a place to show where there are community activities that we're always engaging in, because you do such a great job every Friday of sending those to us. We still need somebody for these and that. So just somewhere as you reflect is adding that part too, because you work really hard at that. And I'm always looking at the pink ones to see, okay, can I get to that? Because no one's there yet, and I know my colleagues are as well. So, but thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah,
that's helpful.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to thank you too. I think you've made this process so much easier for me to navigate and stay organized and know what I'm supposed to be doing when. So thank you. And I've wondered in the past, and hope this is an appropriate time to ask, but if there's a way to recognize our advisory board members, those board committees, and how the role that they play in kind of guiding us. I know we tried to, and I think do, profusely thank them when they are here, but if there's a way to roll that into maybe Spotlight, or if there's a separate event, I feel a little disconnected in some ways from that group. I know the work that they're doing, but I don't always know who they are, or some of that, and they're such important volunteers, and they really are kind of an extension of us and the work we do. So I don't know if that's something to think about, and maybe it's not this year, but next year. I know there's a lot already on our plates, but
yeah, I think that's a great suggestion, and I think Vanjie and I have actually talked about rolling that somehow into Spotlight. So I think that's a conversation that we'll definitely continue to have, because I do agree that we should recognize the volunteers who are serving on these committees, because it is a lot of work, as you all know. And I will make a little plug, because we did start with the board news email that we started about 8 months ago. I think we started in January, so that goes out every Friday. There's a sign-up sheet outside if anyone wants to sign up to get that email. It's great. You get updates on what the board is doing, but also we've started this year including some updates about what the committee members are doing, and specifically highlighting committee chairs and committee volunteers, kind of what their role is on the committee, what drew them to the committee, to let people out there know that committee members, like you all, are regular people who are assuming these roles because they care about the children in our district. And so, yeah, any way I think to help get that out there and let people know, and let you all know what these committee members are doing, I think is great.
Other comments, questions? Well, thanks for the fabulous job. I know you're definitely keeping track of 7 busy people who have really different schedules, and it's been really, really wonderful to have you on board. So thank you, Sam, for everything you're doing.
Yeah, thank you all.
Okay, all right, and we promise to answer your emails as quickly as possible. Is that a group promise? Do we all raise our hand? And, yeah, pinky swear. Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
That's right. Okay. Do we need to give you any? Nope. We don't need to vote on anything. All right, you're done. Thanks. And JJ won't put that in the record, Sam. No, she won't. No, she won't. All right, 3.05, discussion and possible action on updates to the Washoe County School District's current strategic plan, Envision WCSD 2020, to include revisions to metrics around goals and objectives for the 2018-19 school year. And with us we have Ms. Erica Olson from On Strategy, and David Lasik, Chief of Staff, and Dr. Deputy Kristen McNeil. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time today. We're back as a recap from the September 6th workshop related to the strategic plan and the superintendent evaluation. So just setting the stage a little bit, you had asked at that time to bring back to you outstanding items related to performance measure calculations, language clarification, and then the actuals, the data actuals for the previous school year and then the upcoming school year, and whether, the status of those. So today is not about reporting on the actual data, but rather cleaning up the performance measures, the targets, and the reporting in advance of the 23rd of this month, where we will be doing the comprehensive report of the performance measures for school year 17-18. So by reference, in your pack, I believe you have this PowerPoint deck, as well as what might be a bit easier to follow along, depending upon your preference, is the summary scorecard. And you'll note we'll be going goal by goal. The items that are in red are what we're bringing back to you for consideration, some recommendations from the team, from the leadership team, and we are looking for action on them. So I'm not sure, Madam President, how you'd like to process through that, if you'd like to go item by item, but we'll leave that up to you. And you'll note that we've got the modifications, and then we'll also let you know the status of the data that we have. So we'll work through that as we move through. JJ's passing out an extra item. We'll go through that last. That's a final slide. That's just an addition to the packet. So that's last. All right, let's jump in.
All righty then. President Stein. Whoopee. All righty, here we go. So our recommendation for the board, with your approval, is that you would take one motion at the end to vote on the block, if that's the easiest way to do that. So with that, when we take a look at goal number 1, we're going to start with, now again, these are just the recommendations that, these aren't all of your initiatives and all of your goals. These are just the ones that you all at the last work session decided that we wanted to go back and take a look at. So if you take a look at 121, reduce achievement gaps, one of the recommendations is that we would not do a 5-year target rate. We would actually look at 3 years out for reducing achievement gaps. We talked about how would we measure that, and we came upon agreement that if more than half of the subpopulation made growth at or above the district average, that would be meets. Exceeds would be 3/4 of all subpopulations at or above the district average. So that was one change that we had talked about. For 123, when we're talking about increasing of graduation rates with students with disabilities, this was one of them that we decided to fold into the larger graduation rate. So for 17-18, we would keep this one. For 18-19, because it's duplicative, we would eliminate it. For 151, and please stop me if I'm going way too fast, but we wanted to get through this. So reduce remediation rates. This was the one from Nevada Higher Education. This was the one, and I think Ben articulated it very well. There's a lot of noise within this particular metric. So we wanted to recommend removal for the 17-18 evaluation due to the unstable data, and to come back to it later on.
And I just wanted to share with my colleagues that I did let the staff know that I was concerned about removing this because it is such a pain point in the community. We do hear a lot of concern about our rates of remediation. And I also understand that it's been in flux at NSHE, and without NSHE, without the Nevada System of Higher Education, we can't accurately determine what the remediation and what the matriculation is. So I just wanted to finish that. I think the staff is as anxious as we are to have a metric, a performance measure around remediation, but we don't know what that appropriate reduction will be, because if the target, or if the algorithm for how it gets calculated each year changes, an increase in percentage or a decrease is meaningless. So I do understand that. I'm still concerned about this and hope we can find another way to get something in there sooner. Trustee Frankel?
Thank you, and I apologize. I thought you were wrapping up. I guess the question I have is, did the NSHE measure change? And I think I asked this at our work session. Did it change between 16 and 17 and 17 and 18? Did the metric that they're using to calculate the remediation
You want to phone a
rates
friend?
change?
I was
So
going to say, I
me?
know Ben is, or
And
you?
Ben can come up. It did. So if you remember when we saw the little numbers underneath, we thought Ben provided those percentages. Actually, Ben just put in what the state gave him and tried to interpret how they arrived at that. We can't even figure that. So those were not Ben's numbers. And now
For the
take it
record,
over.
Ben Hayes. Yeah, so we got them. We get them from NSHE's reporting, institutional research reporting site, and the calculation evidently has changed. We're still trying to investigate what the equation is. 2 years ago, so they haven't updated. They've changed the metric 3 different times, and they haven't released 2017 class of 2017 data yet. So I think there's something that's stalled. We're trying to work with them to see if we can make apples to apples comparisons. But like I said, just the class of 2016, that number has changed 3 times. It was 30 something, then it was I believe 42 on the original document, and now it's 46.7.
the reason I asked that is I wondered if there was anything to compare between 16-17 and 17-18, because I share your concern that this is a really critically important measure, and I know we all share that and we all agree. So if we can't use that data, what data is there that we could use or can use as an alternative? Because I think not having any data at all is not, I'm not comfortable with that.
Trust me, neither am I. There are data that we can make apples to apples comparison. We just have to get it. So there's nothing that can happen in this week or the next few weeks. But if we get the raw data, then we can come up with an apples to apples equation. The way it is now, where you press the button on your browser and get the report up, we can't trust that.
I'm just wondering if we went with that apples to apples, though, then does it just sort of look like we made up our own ratio, numbers? I mean, if we're not using the information that they're giving us and we're making up our own information, does that appease that kind of public unsettled feeling?
I think it's a great question. I have to say, I think we're close. And again, it's not within 3 weeks. If we came up with an apples to apples, it would be taking the 46.7% number and finding out what they still have the raw data somewhere in their system of what that would have been the year before and how they came up with that calculation. So it would be using the current, let's call it the NSHE Apple number. Then we'd kind of build another 2016 Apple number, if that makes sense. So I think we can do it. I'm certain that we can do it. And believe me, I'm as uncomfortable as you are. But we just can't do it right now. And I don't want to put it onto a public document that we keep changing.
Right. And I'm not suggesting we were making it up. I'm just saying that it might look like that if we, what the people in the community are reading is what the number that's being published by NSHE, right?
Right.
So
but
if we're not using that, then I'm not sure.
No, I want to. I think the superintendent wants to use that, and I kind of advise, yes, we use that number. But once it stays the same, if you will, for 3 months or more, then we can start using that number.
But we don't think that's going to happen before the evaluation, or what? We don't know.
We don't know. Honestly, I will try my hardest to get it done within the next 3 weeks. It's something that I haven't been able to control.
I think just personally as one trustee, I'm more concerned about having the information when you feel comfortable with it versus having it for the superintendent evaluation. So I think I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads that we can remove it from the 17-18 evaluation due to the unstable data, with the asterisk that we still want the data this year if we can get it with any reasonable confidence.
Very definitely.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on. So in summary, for the reporting status, if you take a look down at that little black box down there for implications to the 17-18 superintendent evaluation process, what we're talking about, initiative 123 and 151 are currently included in the evaluation. So when we're talking about that for the NSHE rates and then 123, those would then be changed as far as the for 123 for the graduation rates for students with disabilities, those would be changing. For 152, we're talking about establishing the baseline data 3-year targets for career readiness and college and career diplomas, and then 18-19 is the baseline year. So we had all had agreement upon the codification of the diploma requirements that was going to be added in there. And then for 131, oh, this is you.
Can we back up a second on the 152?
Mm-hmm.
I know we've had there's been a lot of discussion about what constitutes career readiness. Are we getting any closer on that? And that might be a Ben question too. But are we getting any closer on how are we measuring career readiness?
And I think that's the number one question, I think, as far as that, and we could take a look at the ACT exam as far as what that looks like. But I also do believe that the diploma requirements and that those are kicking in this year for our freshman students, what those look like in the different pathways will help with that as well. But I don't know if Debbie Beiersdorf wants to.
Are you all satisfied that diploma requirements are the same thing as career readiness?
That is a good, Deborah Beiersdorf, that is a good question. Yeah, there's been a lot of work statewide, and we've had folks from Office of Academics, I think Ben's office as well, that have been part of the discussions with the state. And then besides the codification that we were waiting on, and if you'll remember, I think it was our last time presenting metrics, none of the districts in Nevada were moving forward last year, but are this year, because we were also waiting for the Infinite Campus system to catch up and being able to identify early the students to make sure that we were getting them on a pathway. So yes, and it's ACT, it's participation in honors AP and or IB courses, CTE courses, world language, additional years of math, science, STEM. So yeah, we feel confident that SEALs, if you remember, is part of that.
Boy, that's a lot of things to measure.
It is a lot, and if I could just add super quickly, we're also working with communications with Brenda LaPenta and Student Accounting Office to as soon as everything was done at the state level and was coming down to the districts, to get word out to our parents, to our students, to our counselors, to our principals, so they understand all the different pathways, because there's a lot of pathways to different types of diplomas.
So you all feel confident that at a state level, that conversation is at least going to be advanced, and there'll be closure around what do we in the state of Nevada consider career readiness?
Yes, that work is just about finished up.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
I'm happy that we'll go with that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry for derailing you, but those are a couple of the really, I think, the ones we hear about a lot, right. And I think we agree with you that we want to make sure we're in sync with everyone. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Sorry, please continue on that.
Thank you. And David Lasik, Chief of Staff for the record. So I have 131 and 132. So on 131, we actually do have 16-17 data that we will report against versus 17-18. We've been tracking that for, I think, 3 or 4 years. So we will report on that. 132 is new for us last school year. So we do have a target set for this for the 17-18 school year that we will report on in October.
Just as a just to jog my memory, I thought that we developed within our goals a measurable piece to the goal. So it's not just increase the number of teachers, but it's increase the number of teachers by something. I thought we were trying to sort of move to that, so it was really specific whether it was completed or not. Dr. Taylor?
I concur. I think there were one or two exceptions to that, but for the most part, I believe that was our goal, is to have a something.
Maybe that was because we didn't have the data, or we thought we wouldn't have the data.
I think this one was related to not having a baseline yet.
Right. For 132 is because we did not have, it was a new measure.
Okay.
For 131, I think we could put a percentage in there, to your point.
Okay. If we could just, flag those, that wherever it's possible to have a reasonable, a little bit of stretch, goal in these that we can measure and quantify, because I think that was one of the things we all agreed on, that let's make sure we all know what success is. Right. Okay, great.
So we could do that now if you like, or
sure. I mean, if you know what's a reasonable.
It's a small number. I mean, we have small numbers of people going through the program. So, for example, our target was 120. We had roughly 144. So I think to be consistent with some of the other ones, perhaps 1% would be,
Well, 1% of 100 is one.
True.
I mean, that's that's not much. You want to think about it.
We'll think about that. We'll come back to you on
put
that
it into the motion at the end.
Yeah.
How about that?
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
And if I may, Madam President, so then for 132, then will we be looking for a baseline then?
Yes.
On that, so we should add that on this one as well, correct?
We will bring that back when we report on it in October 23rd.
Okay.
So we're not ready for that one yet.
Okay.
Okay.
My bad.
No. Good question.
Put that on the
Good
record.
question. Okay.
And just one more point of clarification. So 132 will be included in this year's evaluation. It's recommended not to include it in next year's because of the duplicative. It's a duplicative measure. So let's just.
No.
I think you're saying 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Sorry. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Sorry. 1, 2, 3. I apologize. That's
Yeah.
I just want to clarify that point on the slide.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Okie doke.
So this goal 2 is highly effective personnel, and so we had the discussion at the last work session about changing these. So we are bringing this back with our recommendation, and the new language is in red. So previously it was increased diversity of all employee groups, so that was making movement on the whole of the organization versus increasing the diversity of new hires. So we felt new hires would be a more appropriate measure because there are years where we don't necessarily hire a lot of people, and retention actually works counterproductive to this goal. So we have years where we have small numbers of new hires, and so we felt that would be a more appropriate target for that. And then it's recommended 0 to 1% meets, and anything more than 1% exceeds on both. For 213, it's increased the percentage of certified new hires who are hired from our classified staff, our education support professionals, and substitute teachers. Again, it's a relatively new metric that we've only been tracking for 2 years, but it's a small number that we have. So it also depends on how many teachers we're hiring in any given year, and again, retention is a metric that's counterproductive to this. So we're recommending 0 to 1% meets and +1 exceeds on that. And then Emily's behind me if you have additional questions on these.
And I did ask David about, because 1%, again, didn't seem like a very ambitious goal, but we do have very small numbers that we're dealing with. And maybe, Emily, you could talk about the numbers that we're dealing with. But again, if we have 100, 1% is only one person, and whatever our goal is that's reasonable, I know we want to be stretching, particularly on the diversity. Emily?
Absolutely. Emily Ellison, for the record, Chief Human Resources Officer. With both of these metrics, although we've been tracking diversity for a number of years, we did add the language and veteran status component in the last 2 years. And so for both metrics, an important consideration in determining what the target should be was that we had a limited data set. And we wanted to try and set a goal that was reasonable based on just the 2 years of data that we have. But I shared with David when we talked a little bit about it, of course, we'll be working to exceed those goals. And then, of course, reevaluating and reflecting upon what the actual numbers look like each year so that we can determine what the appropriate target is as we have more years of data to look at. So
if you could just share with the trustees, so how many new hires did we have this year, and what would 1% be?
Sure. When we looked at the first goal, 2.1.2, a change of 1% would mean about another 15, I think I said 30 originally in the email, would be about another 15 new hires that represent one of those diverse categories. And for the next goal, a change of 1% would be another 5 to 6 employees who are ESPs or substitute teachers becoming certified, in addition to the number that we have.
Trustee Frankel? Thanks, Emily.
Thank you, Emily. And I just want to clarify, make sure I understood the way you analyzed that data. How many new hires did we have this year?
Let me look for you.
Because as I'm understanding 0 to 1%, I'm looking at the total number of new hires, not, so you're saying 1% would be 15? It can't be. So that's why I'm.
So in 2017-18, we had 1,450 new hires. And of those, 658 or 45.38% of them represented one of those diverse categories. So to increase to 46.38% would mean another 15 of the total new hires needed to meet one of those diversity criteria.
Oh, now this is all employee groups?
Yeah, so new hires among all of our 5 bargaining units.
Okay, I think that's where the distinction is when you look at all you're talking about, really almost 9,000 people. And so, okay, I think that's where you lost me. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, so, and I think David alluded to this just a moment ago. Instead of measuring the diversity of the total population,
I got that.
We wanted to focus on the new hire piece.
And that makes sense to me, because we don't want to say, well, if you aren't diverse, then we need you to go. Yeah. I mean, it's counterproductive. I mean, that's, I certainly understand that. And I think that's the thing that That where I was with Veronica as well, with Trustee Franco as well, is if you're looking at the entire body, and then you're looking at, I see that number.
Yeah.
It's still a small number, and I just want to push us a little bit about, and I know it's also really hard to hire people right now. We are in the absolute most difficult buyer's market, if you will, right now. We're looking for people, and they aren't out there. So I recognize that. I don't, for me, 0 is not meeting. 0% is not meeting the increasing diversity. For me, just as one person, and maybe we don't make it, but I'd rather we have a little bit higher goals that, maybe 1% is meeting it and 2% is exceeding it, or anything above 1% is exceeding it. But I don't know how the rest of the group feels.
So we had a lot of rich discussion about this because we have to look at where we get our qualified pool of applicants. And when you look where our qualified pool of applicants come from, 90% of them are white females, right? And when you look in the teaching force, so in order to change the applicant pool, we got to go to the university, right? Like in our large fields of bodies, and the individuals who go into the teaching force across the country, we actually looked at research, are not minorities, right? So we're trying to figure out what can we actually push to do versus what we actually have that comes, right? Otherwise, we're going to have to invest money in going to lots of places to get diverse people, which we know is hard because if you look at Microsoft and the work that they've been doing, we're not the only ones struggling with this. Like, it is a struggle in the community, right? And so for us to just increase that applicant pool and hopefully have people hire those people, and everybody's doing all this outreach, right, of getting a variety of people hired, but we can't get people in the community, right, that are diverse. That is a challenge for us as Washoe County, not just the school district.
And I think that's why the second goal and the addition of the metric around transitioning employees from ESP and sub into certified roles is really, really important, because while we still have room to improve in those groups as well, the biggest diversity that we have is in those groups. And so our focus on homegrown efforts to increase our certified staff is really, really critical. But Tracy makes a really valid point, right? If there's not a large pool of people to draw from, it's very difficult to move the needle. And I've been on lots of recruiting trips, and I've stood in the booth among the 700 or 800 districts represented at the job fairs, and they're all looking for the same thing, and we're all fishing from the same pond. So we're looking at the same challenges.
Again, because I think of the new hires, how many of those were certified teachers because if we're going to go look at it from the perspective of certain employee groups, it's a challenge. Because I think we've got the big number, that's all of our employee groups, so it seems like 1%, less than 1.0 is too low. But if we're looking at a specific group of employees, and I think you and I were both thinking in terms of certified teachers and the folks in our schools and our classrooms, I'm thinking that maybe there's a different metric. It's not all employee groups. Maybe if the work and the focus needs to be on increasing the diversity of our teacher population, then we need to state that. Then we need to identify that specifically as a target and as a goal. So what's the number of new hires in the teacher pool?
So I'll give you that in just a second. I think it is important, though, that we have a larger conversation about increasing the workforce diversity district-wide and not just among one group.
No, I agree, but I'm hearing the pushback comes from the teacher pool. So, and I like it all employee groups, and I want the number to be higher.
Okay.
But if the focus and the concern is that in a certain segment of our population that's predominantly white women, that I think we need to look at. If that's the pushback, then maybe we need to explore that more. I'm perfectly comfortable, and I agree with you. The diversity should be broader, and I think the numbers should be higher.
So that speaks a little bit to the kind of 2-year limited data that I was talking about earlier. There's a big swing in the number. So in 16-17, of the total new hires, about 33% of those were certified staff, and then in 17-18, about 15% were.
Wow.
So it's a big difference from year to year, and there's just not a comfort level there that we have enough trend data to set a much more aggressive goal.
And was part of that piece around the certified new hires who are hired for education support to substitute teaching is because we actually had budget cuts in which we weren't hiring, so you can't increase when you are not hiring. So we're doing two different things in the system: save money, cut positions, increase, and we are counterproductive to what we're doing. So we're trying to look at a way to measure the percentage of what we hire versus year to year, because that could change if we're not hiring teachers, or then we're not going to. None of the support staff people are going to transition into those jobs because the certified teachers will get the jobs before we have to RIF people, right?
Right. Exactly.
There's almost three goals. There's all employee groups, new hires, all employee groups. Thank you, Nanti. There's the certified new hires from ESPs and substitutes, and then there's the new hires of certified personnel. Vice President Raymond?
I just wanted to go back to the increased diversity. So of the new hires, what was the percentage that met one of those categories? 46?
45.38, I believe. But let me just double check that number. Yeah, 45.
That seems like something to celebrate. I mean, I know we would want it to be higher always, but that's not a small percentage. So what we're suggesting with this goal would be that maintaining that percentage would be meeting the goal
Meeting
with the
the
0%,
and then increasing would be
going
exceeding.
beyond that.
Okay, so what we're
I personally don't really have a problem with that because I think, I believe we are working hard as a district to try to find ways to increase the diversity of our staff, and I think maintaining to me doesn't feel like we're not improving because I think that is a good number, and if we're saying that that's meeting, that's fine. I think exceeding it would be great to go beyond that, but that's just me, one person.
I don't think anybody's implying that the district isn't doing a lot of work on this and a great job working on it. So I just want to be clear about that because we know you're working very hard on it. And we also know that the circumstances and the conditions are as tough as they have ever been. So, and I'm one who, wants to set a stretch goal, and maybe I'm not going to meet it, but if I don't set high goals for myself, I tend to not stretch as hard. Dr. Taylor?
Thank you, Madam President. And so I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this because I certainly want us to have a goal. I mean, I know my colleagues and I, we share this. It's important for us. But I also want to, considering all of the environment and so on, how do we get to that place that does both, that continues to encourage us, that continues to push us, but at the same time is fair to staff, and what those expectations are. So if reading it as it is, maybe you can help me, Emily, get some clarity, make sure I understand it. And so in leaving it as it is, what that would be if last year you said it was 46, let's just say it's 46%. 46% of the new hires would fall into one of those protective groups, right? 46% of those new hires would fall within then. And so what we would be saying then, I guess as Vice President Raymond was saying, is that we would say that if we maintain 46%, that's meeting the goal. Is that where we are?
Correct. Anything between a 0 and 1% change to that number, right, plus, of course, would be meeting the goal, and anything above 1% would be exceeding the goal.
What's if you take veterans out, what would that be?
I don't have that breakdown available right now.
Because to me, that's significant to me. I think it's important.
That's not true. I do.
I don't mind having the veteran goal, but I think that's not the same goal.
It's very small. It's actually a very small number. It was 14 people.
Okay. So what's that percentage?
14 out of the...
Ish.
Out of 1%. Yeah. 1%.
That's back to the 1%, not the 1,000 yet. That's back to the 1%. That's a small number.
Okay. For me, one significant change would be greater than 0 to 1% meets. Okay. I mean, I just am not satisfied with 0 growth, and I know that we may not get more than 0 growth, but I know we all agree it's so important, and I don't want our public document to say that 0 growth is meeting our expectation. Superintendent?
I was just, did we cut general fund recruitment money? Because part of this has to do with how we recruit. And when we grow our own, that's over time. So I was just considering, did we dedicate any general fund money to the recruitment of a diverse population?
I think that's a good question. No, we did. So yes, we did reduce. We have very little general fund money that goes to recruitment. Most of it comes from Title II, which is a federal grant that's allowed to be used for recruitment. I think with any goal, if you want to increase it, it requires resources. Let's be real about it and the economy that we live in. I mean, Tesla pays $30 an hour to start. We have a shortage of bus drivers. We have a shortage of custodians. So to increase this is very hard. To meet 45%, I think is a great thing that we're doing already. And that's just my opinion on it.
Others? Other trustees? Dr. Feemster? Mr. Mayor? Mr. Kelly?
Yeah. Yes, I am comfortable with this, seeing that it's 45%. And so next year, it's 45%. That'll meet the goal. I'm happy with that, because new hires, almost half of them meet these categories. Out of new hires. I think that's a great accomplishment. And I think if we meet it again this coming year, it's a tough number to meet. Almost half of all the new hires will be in one of these categories. That's tough. I think I agree with Trustee Raymond. I think this is great, and leave it alone.
I'd love to hear from everybody, just so we can, make sure we're, Trustee Kelly and Dr. Feemster.
Well, I mean, this is a tough one for me, because, I mean, like everyone, I think that diversity is really important. But at the same time, I want just the best person hired. And if we have a position for a teacher and 5 people apply and 4 of them are white women and one of them is one of these categories, but the best person is the white woman.
You hire the white woman.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm comfortable leaving this, I think, as it is. But I just want to emphasize that for me, it's the best person, and not necessarily the diversity. But I understand diversity is extremely important, especially when more than half of our students are considered minority, and if you have only white women teachers, I mean, that's a disconnect. But at the same time, my focus is the best person, no matter what. So I think I would be happy with keeping these as they are.
Dr. Feemster and then Dr. Taylor. Thank you, Trustee
Thank you.
Kelly.
I just wanted to say that I think recently Harvard put out some research that said the more that a minority student sees a minority teacher or a principal in a position, the better they're going to strive to succeed, and the higher the graduation rate. Now, I don't have it exact, but I could tell you that's the research that I read probably a month ago. So given that, which I already know that, I think it's very important. You have a person right in this building who said, her daughter said, the reason why she's a counselor today at O'Brien Middle School is due to a certain person that she admired during her years in school. I think it's important for O'Brien to have a Hispanic counselor. She's doing a great job over there. I'm so proud of her. I feel that we do need to separate certified from classified, because I think we want students to aspire to be, minority students to aspire to principalships, to lead teachers, to counselors, because that's how they aspire to do it. If they don't see it, they're not going to rise to it. So I think it's a touchy subject, but it's important that we follow the research. Sometimes you may have a teacher that performs better and is Caucasian. Let's provide some professional development to make sure that that teacher, if it's the teacher the minority teacher is not performing as high, we could provide professional development. all types of strategy support that we can provide that teacher to guarantee that that teacher rises to the occasion. It does happen when you put the time in, and I guess the resources like Chief of Staff mentioned. Just one more point.
Is there something specific you would suggest on language or numbers?
What I think is, I haven't heard anything about if we are growing our own, and I know it costs money, but we can put in some programs that work, starting in the 5th grade. Maybe we could go back to working with the university with the Dean's Future Scholars Program. I don't know what's happening there. I haven't heard. Okay. But these programs work, and we have to embrace them. And again, I know you mentioned resources. We do have to put resources into them because that's what other districts do. And I know it's we're short with funds, but if we want to fulfill this goal, we have to put resources behind it.
Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I have two points to make. One is that I just want to clarify, because I don't want to give, and I don't think this is what my colleague meant, but equity does not mean that you sacrifice excellence. I think it's really, really important to think it's not that you should always hire the most qualified person who's going to add value to your team, but the commitment and the challenge is finding the most qualified people that give you a diverse pool. So it doesn't mean that, well, let's just be absolutely, I would never say let's hire someone that isn't qualified and shouldn't be there. But I want to correct, there's a misnomer that when you say equity, then you give up excellence. And that is absolutely not the case. If that were the case, then shame on us. But it is not the case. You can do both. Ask me how I know, because people pay me every day to help them figure out how to do it. Okay, you can do both. So I would just want to clarify that. I know that's a misconception, and I'm really passionate about that. The second thing I want to say is that I think some very good points were made in terms of resources that are necessary, in terms of limitations that we have from a financial standpoint. I do think that staff is working extremely hard to bring people in. Please don't hear me not say that at all. So I think I would be willing to, because I know that we're under some tight circumstances. I would be willing to acquiesce, so to speak, to at least to where we were the existing year, to make sure that we don't go backwards because of the limitations that we have. We're still trying to balance our budget, and not because I don't think we can find qualified people. I think it's hard, but I think they're there. But I think there are some limitations I have. So I would be willing to concur with Vice President Raymond and Trustee Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam.
Yes, I want to say a resource that's the real resource that we've got to look at is Amazon raised their starting pay to $15 an hour, and they had over 200 people apply at the Amazon here in town for those jobs. We got to pay people. If we want to recruit people, you can't go up to them and say, come to us and we'll pay you this, when they can walk across the street and get $5 more. You know, it's just you have to compete now for these positions, and I still think we should leave it as it is.
Okay. Can I call on Trustee Frankel first, and then Superintendent has something she wants to say?
Yeah, I actually, and I appreciate that with 46%, that's a very strong number. I look at the wording of the goal, and it says increase. So I'm going to go back to the suggestion that you made, that if it's anything more than 0 to 1% is meeting. Because I think just staying stagnant to me is not increasing. Either that or we change the wording of the goal.
Right.
So I'm comfortable supporting anything larger than 0 to 1, but if it stays 0, I just can't sit with it as the goal being increasing.
What I hear from my colleagues is that there's a majority of the board that feels that maintaining or increasing is adequate. I'm not there, but I will bow to the majority. Superintendent?
So I was going to say maybe the goal should be maintain and or increase, and then the 0 goes away to maintain to the 1%, because what I hear us saying is if we can maintain, then we're not going backwards. We want to go forward also, but because of limitations, lack of resources, we're doing what we can. So as long as we maintain, so maybe that's the trade-off between taking away the zero and we maintain or increase to meet versus the zero being instead. But you have to change the increase in the top two to maintain and or yeah.
And actually, if we change it, I probably. And again, I know we're going to vote about, we decided to vote on these in a block.
Well, but I think this one, I really want to hear what the sense
because
is.
I mean, the majority will rule, but I'm not going to support not increasing. I think it's a goal, and I think we have to stretch, and I think we have to aspire, and I understand the circumstances, but I also, and I know we all share this passion for increasing the diversity of our organization. So that's my, all I'm saying is I'm comfortable with anything larger than 0 to 1% being meets. And if others are comfortable maintaining it at 0, that's fine, but I'm not comfortable with that.
So Trustee Taylor.
I was just going to say, so that would mean if I don't know the numbers because I'm too tired from my head to do the math. So if we had a 0.5 or a 0.2 or something that gives us more than the 40, what we have last year, 46.7 or something like that. 45.3, so if we got 45.5, that would still be an increase. So something greater than 0. I could go with that. I could go with something greater than 0.
Does somebody want to make a motion? Vice President Raymond, you were early with a proposal. If you want to make a motion, we can see what flies. If you
put me on the spot.
Well, if I make the motion, it'll not be what you want. So.
Well, I would say that based on the conversation, I would be okay with greater than 0 meets. If that means it's one employee more than this year, I think that is, to me, that's basically maintaining. But and I don't want there to be the impression that I don't think we should have a goal. I just worry about, what it looks like, to not meet or to go down when we are doing really great work in this category. So, but I would be okay. So I will move that I recommend changing 2.1.2 to read increased diversity of new hires among all employee groups includes diversity in race, ethnicity, gender, language, and veteran status as identified by employees. Greater than 0% equals meets this category, plus 1% equals exceeds. Does that work?
Well, greater than 0 to 1%.
To 1, okay. Greater than 0 than to 1%.
Do you want to say something? Oh, yes. Okay. Superintendent.
Yeah, and I just want to go on record. And I'm okay with the 0, but we do not put resources into what we want to get done. So if we want increases, if anything, we're asking people to do more with less, yet we are not providing resources, which would set the teams up for failure. Emily doesn't have the same kind of money to go out to recruit diversity. We're growing our own. It takes 4 years to get a kid through to go to college, and actually 8 years after they do the piece. And so this process takes time. So if we want to do better, then we need to put some resources to doing better also.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we all agree with that. And again, want to underscore our great respect and admiration for the work that you and the team are doing on this, because 45.38 is impressive, and we want that to be heard. And I don't know if we got that little amendment in there that it would be greater than 0 to 1% meets. Is that okay? Was that what you intended? Okay, great. Okay. Is there any other discussion? We have a motion and a second. Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. I know this is tough, and
do we have to do the same thing for 2.1.3?
It probably wouldn't hurt. The other thing I just wanted to add on the 2.1.3, do we include people that do alternative routes to licensing in that pool? In what? Yeah, 2.1.3.
substitute that goes through the alternative route to licensure program, they would be included.
Okay, so we don't need to call out that group, because I think that's a really great place to be building our diversity too. I know you do. Yeah. Okay. So is there a motion that we would make those two consistent, or how do you want to do this? Dr. Taylor?
Yes, I'll make the motion. I move that that we amend 2.1.3 to read the increase a percentage of certified new hires who are hired from our education support professional and substitute teaching staff each year. Greater than 0 through to 1% would be meets, and greater than 1% would be exceeds.
Okay. Is there a second? Second by Vice President Raymond. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And I just want to add as a addendum to that we recognize that these things have resource implications, and I think you've heard from this board that there is a willingness to see if we can find some resources to help with that. So a commitment to do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, trustees, for that conversation. I think it's helpful. Public comment, yes.
Paul Kaiser.
Mr. Kaiser, welcome.
I'm Paul Kaiser. I live 235 Bisbee Street. My son attends Archie Clayton Middle School, 7th grade. I said I want to speak in favor of this amendment, and I do, but what I really want to speak in favor is Trustee Mayer's comment about salaries, because I worked for 10 years in a large hospital in Denver as compensation manager, and the problem is that if your salaries are not adequate, you get the person who is willing to work for that wage, not the person that you want. And this is our children we're talking about, and so it's absolutely vital that we find some way to get the salaries up to an appropriate level. And I don't know if that means suing the state. I don't know if that means just saying we're not going to take it anymore, but that is the problem. If you solve that problem, diversity solves itself, all those other problems go away. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. And actually, we had a presentation at our last board meeting from a group called Fund Our Future that's working on increasing the resources that are invested by the state of Nevada for public education. And one of our goals certainly is to see that our staff is paid more. So thank you for that comment. Okay, let's keep going.
All right, thank you. We will continue on with the MyPGS part of the reporting status. So what we're proposing for 221 and 222, it was maintained, but those are high percentages already in the 90%. So we're proposing putting meets and exceeds targets on those for both of those.
Okay. Yes, Trustee Frankel.
Just a question, just in terms of consistency with the other, since we've got kind of the ranges that we came up with at the work session that we had, the 97% and higher exceeds, do we need to single out, or is there a way we can word this so that it allows us to just keep that consistency with the way we're evaluating what's meets and what's exceeds? I'm just throwing that out as a suggestion for consistency's sake.
Yeah, we're okay with that.
Yeah. Well, as long as it's, and I know you mean this, as long as it's individually appropriate to that goal, yeah. Okay, and I'm sorry, I'm being thick-headed, but on 2.2.1 to 3, all regarding MyPGS, that just means those?
17-18 is a baseline year.
Okay.
For all three of those.
Okay, gotcha. And here's what those, oh, no, I'm looking at 2.1. Okay. All right, got it. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just
We
catching
didn't have
up.
data for, okay.
Yeah, MyPGS was new.
Okay, let's keep rolling.
All right, and then the same for 2.3.2, there's no data for 16-17 as this was a new measure for 17-18.
And this is one I wanted to talk about, and I'm sorry this is such a challenging, extensive process, but I had a conversation with David that we know that where the metric will be the percentage of employees rating their satisfaction as good to excellent, but we don't know what high employee satisfaction percentage is. So is it 80% of the employees feel that it's good to excellent? Is it 50%? Is it, so I just wanted to have that conversation. What does high mean? Because if we're going to be maintaining it, if it's 50%, I don't want to maintain that. Yeah. So just conversation about what does it mean to all of you? And Erica, if you have some comment, or Emily.
I'm going to have Emily come up and
Okay.
speak to it, because we actually do have a number now,
good.
even though
Oh.
we're reporting in 2 weeks on it. And so we can suggest a
Great.
target, I
Thank
think,
you,
to your
David
point.
and Emily. Thanks.
Sorry, just taking a moment to get there in the data. So for 17-18, the overall positive on the good to excellent scale was 86.75% of respondents.
And what was that instrument?
It's the satisfaction survey that we utilize within the Human Resources Department. So
Okay,
it's
great.
a Human Resources satisfaction
That's
survey.
great. Okay.
86.75.
That's awesome. Yeah, very good. Okay, so are we comfortable with the language as it is? Is there anything you want to do with 2.3.2? Is that a maintain or increase?
Well, I
What is
think,
it?
well, I'm kind of with, excuse me, thank you, Madam President. It's a very high number, which is really cool. So how do we just quantify it a little bit instead of saying maintain high, right? We just want to say that, do we want to go back to some similar verbiage, back to what Trustee Franco said earlier, in terms of what meets or exceeds? We want to state, because if we're at 86 points, if we're there, I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, it's so.
Yeah, David Lasik for the record. I think I agree with President Holland that maybe 85% would be the benchmark, and then we strive to maintain that.
Yeah, and what, Mr. Mayor?
I'm grumbling.
Okay, all right. No, he doesn't want them. Does anybody have, David, or do you guys have a suggestion how we should say that? Getting a little cranky up here.
Yeah, so how about we say maintain an 85% employees
Maintain at least.
At least an 85.
Yeah, I think that works for me. Anybody else have a, Trustee Franco?
Just a question about if we want to be able to identify what exceeds. Maintaining is pretty tough to figure out how to exceed anything, because if you maintain it, you meet it, right?
Right.
So I think, and I know this isn't being used for the evaluation process, but I think if we're looking to be able to say, wow, we exceeded our goal, is it 3% higher than that, or what are we looking at, kind of as a, if we want an exceeds, and maybe we don't, maybe we just leave it as maintain at 85% or higher, and then we just call it we meet it or we don't. I'm fine with that, but I just wanted to throw that up.
Well, since it's not being included this year, let's not spend time on it right now, but if we could, phrase it as maintain at least 85% employee satisfaction percentages. That'd be great.
So
Okay.
moved.
Okay, second, anybody? Second by Dr. Feimster. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, great.
Okay, goal 3. We're moving.
Yep. So, if you recall, at our work session, there were 2 motions. One motion was to remove this from the 17-18 evaluation. It failed because it was not a majority of the board. However, what did pass on the second motion was to bring it back for reconsideration. So we as staff are recommending removal again for the 17-18 evaluation process, because there's a lot of instability with this, with the change in background. And we actually did delete a resource from the budget for this. So again, if we're going to maintain or increase something, we should not be deleting resources to something.
Yeah.
I would agree, Madam President. Even if the resources were the same, because of the background check, that would that instability and the barrier that is, I think that would even be an unreasonable expectation with the same resources. So.
Yeah. Trustee Frankel?
I would just say, in light of the fact that we did vote on it at the work session, we should probably vote on it again.
Oh, do we need to vote on it again? Okay.
Okay, Madam President, and
Yes.
I move that the board removes 3.4.1 for the 17-18 evaluation process.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Vice President Raymond. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Oh, opposed. Okay. We have one opposed. Okay. All righty. Let's keep rolling.
And then just know we're going to be, at the end of this presentation, we'll bring back 322, which regards Parent University towards the end of it.
And then, so for goal 4, we have, there were no recommended changes. So we'll go on to goal 5, and that's back to Kristen on that one.
All right, so 5.11, decrease chronic absenteeism rates by 2%. The agreement is that we would consider changing the target to lower than the state average. So it can't be included in the 17 evaluation period due to the state reporting change. And so we had discussed that this would then be into the 18-19 evaluation period.
Yes, Trustee Frankel.
Do we not have those numbers internally that we can just, even though the state reporting requirements changed, we do not have our own numbers to track chronic absenteeism? I see Ben coming up, so maybe he's the best person to answer that. I think I'm just trying to understand how the reporting to the state impacts the way we calculate it within our own district.
Well, if we're going to change the target to lower than the state average, we need to know what the state average is too. So, yeah.
Well, but right now it says decrease chronic absenteeism rates by 2% annually, and that doesn't say in relation to the state average.
Gotcha.
So I'm kind of looking at that as, do we have our own internal absenteeism rates that we can use to evaluate that?
Dr. Hayes.
Ben Hayes for the record. We can't, because part of the policy, or the main policy change that drove the rate up is that now they count, if you miss half day, the 50% rule or more, then it counts as a full absence, but it used to be 2/3 or more. We have no way to go back and count that because of the schedule change and instructional minutes change.
That makes sense. Yep,
And
David.
then just to add on to that, the medical absences previously didn't count towards chronic absenteeism, and now they do count.
So with all those reporting changes, we felt that it wasn't adequate to leave it in there for that time.
So what's the pleasure of the board? Do you want to suspend it for 17-18 evaluation period? Do we want to change it now? Do we want to change it for the future? Your recommendation is to suspend it for the 17-18 evaluation, and then in the future, past that, to change it to lower than the state average.
Lower than the state average at the 2%.
Okay. Does anybody have a problem with that? Trustee Kelly?
Just one thing, I mean, so I agree with the first part. The second part just makes me a little bit nervous because, you know, whenever we compare ourselves to the state, we all know that other counties can skew the numbers a lot. And so I'm kind of wondering if we would want to even have the state average, because perhaps what happens in Clark County is just so much different from what is happening up here. And I would just be a lot more interested in any internal numbers that we have to look at first, in addition to whatever state numbers we have.
So trend against ourselves, but not for 17-18 because there's a change.
Yeah.
Any other
So look
thoughts?
at the
2% is tough. 2% is tough.
Yeah, that's just what I was going to say. Then I think we need to change the goal, the 2% piece of that. I think we were
So if we can decrease it by 1%
right
on the district's average.
Is that a reasonable?
Does that include the way the state measures in terms of the 50% days as
Right.
Ben Hayes just said, in addition to like medical absences? Because medical absences, that isn't chronic. So I don't know that our goal would be to reduce medical absences.
I agree.
Right, that's what I mean. So how do we look at our? I agree that we have internally. We do want to look at ourselves and how are we moving the needle. But if we're going to look going forward, then we want to make sure we're looking in the way that staff can influence. That we can influence. We can't influence if someone has a medical absence.
Vice President Raymond was sneaking up to push her on button there.
My, I guess, concern, thank you, is that I've heard rumblings that the state might change this yet again. And so then if we're waiting again for a baseline, then I don't know. Maybe I agree with Trustee Kelly that, there are some things I don't think we should just take the state average, but maybe because of the fluctuation in this policy work, that using the state would at least allow us to compare something.
Well, and the state also has to follow the federal regulations as well. So
Yeah.
if the federal definition of chronic absenteeism changes, then the state's going to have to change as well as that.
Oh, I'm personally in favor of comparing ourselves to ourselves rather than comparing ourselves to the state. And I think Trustee Kelly made a good point, and Vice President Raymond echoed that. I think let's agree that it's not included in 17-18. Can we come back and reevaluate this one? Because I do think that, it's a huge campaign. It's a national campaign to reduce absenteeism. We know that it's a big deal. But I also don't want to, at 5:34 in the evening, jerry-rig a metric that's not going to work for us. So let's suspend it for the 17-18, but let's keep it on our radar that we need to have a metric for that about chronic absenteeism. And I think the sense of it is that we would like it to be a measure against our own trend rather than the state. Is that? Does anybody want to say so moved or something so we can?
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Beamster and Mr. Kelly. Okay, any further discussion on that? Everybody understand what we're saying on that? Okay. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Is that okay with you all, staff? Okay.
Mhm.
I figured I'd get stink eye if it wasn't okay. Okay. Okay, 5.1.2.
All right, moving on to disproportionality. So staff is recommending to report on the reduction in suspensions and the increase. So two separate measurements, a reduction in suspensions, but then looking at an increase in the accessibility in minority populations for AP, IB, CTE pathways, and dual credit attainment as two separate measures.
So you're going to break that into an A and a B or something?
Correct.
Way to go, Mr. Mayor.
And then it's, just to reiterate, it's a 3-year target.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to follow staff recommendation. Yes, Trustee Frankel?
In the worksheet, it says that it's one that's going to be considered. It said there's a Y there. So I'm kind of wondering if how are we using that? If we're breaking it out, we're counting this in this current year's evaluation, if I'm understanding that correctly?
In 17-18.
So just
Yes.
in 17-18, the goal was to establish the targets.
Okay.
For the
And
18-19
And then
evaluation.
18-19 would be actually the A and B.
Okay.
Performance against the targets.
Thank you for clarifying
Yes.
that.
Yep, you got it.
Good. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we're closing in on it. Only 27 more pages of this. No, I'm just kidding. I just skipped a page. Somebody's going to shoot me, yeah.
This is the last page.
I know. I was just seeing if you're awake. Let's go. I'm
So
sorry.
on 211, this is decrease the number of unfilled certified positions on the first day of school. We're not proposing a change to the language of the goal, but putting...
Wait. Didn't we have another page on
Oh, did we? Did we skip?
5.
Oh, sorry, we did. Thank you. Thank
Well,
you.
no, but there's a,
There's a slide 17 we did skip. I'm sorry
Yeah.
about that.
Okay.
We did have a change to 5.2.3, putting meets and exceeds, but I think in line with Trustee Frankel said, we would then amend that to the 97 So if you're okay with that, that would be a change from what's up there. So it would be 90 to 97, or 97 meets, and then above 97 exceeds.
Okay. All right. Okay, if you guys are good, I'm good with that. I don't think, well, I don't, do we need, okay. She
Do
made
it
a
at the
motion
end.
to do that. Ditto, okay. Is there a second? Okay, second by trustee Dr. Taylor. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. JJ's looking confused. Can you clarify that, trustee Frankel, for?
Well, because you didn't do it for the other one.
We didn't. We didn't.
Yeah, we'll have to go back.
So we were just saying that, we'll have to go
Yeah,
back to
we'll
goal
have to go
one
back.
and
Yeah.
do those.
Yeah.
Because we didn't follow the block. But
Right.
that's okay.
Okay, now we'll go to the handout.
Yep. So you should have this handout, and this is in addition. So for 211, this goes back to personnel. So decreasing the number of unfilled certified positions on the first day of school. Again, we're not proposing a change to the language of the goal, but proposing 0 to 2%. It meets the goal. We exceed the goal at greater than 2%, and partially met is below 2%, and below 0 is did not meet the goal.
That makes sense. So we're sort of doing a hybrid here of voting on everything at the end and voting on these one by one. If they differ from the staff recommendation, that's where I'm sort of feeling like we need to have a specific motion. Otherwise, we could just say, as recommended by staff for the remainder. Is that okay, council?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is recommended by staff. We'll just leave this in the block motion.
All right.
Okay, great.
So then for 322, staff is recommending maintain customer satisfaction rates for parent university classes. Again, METS is maintain, exceeds is by more than 1%. Partial would equal of a decrease of 1% and did not meet decrease of more than 1% for parent university classes.
And what are they now, just for grins?
For 16-17, we had an actual of 89%.
That's great. Okay. I think that's very impressive. Anybody have a problem with staff recommendation? Hearing none? Okay. Keep moving.
Who's doing 500?
Oh, yeah. So, sorry about that. On 513 up there, we will bring back this on October 23rd. So we just wanted to call that out,
Okay.
along with the data.
Okay. We'll come back. Okay.
Erica Olson for the record. So again, we're calling these out because in September on all of these items, we just said increase, which doesn't help us with our, in order for us to apply our meets exceeds, we need a target. So this is, we're just cleaning up the missing items. So that speaks also to the employee survey that's specifically part of the superintendent evaluation process. So I want to be clear about this. So we have the employee satisfaction survey that is the standard survey via HR, and these items are the items that are in focus area 2 that are the employee survey specific to, that is part of the superintendent evaluation process that we all worked on a couple of workshops ago. So we have obviously actual data for these two metrics. So there's just the recommendations then for the first metric, which is the superintendent leadership performance, which is a composite of 6 questions within the employee survey. The last year's actual was 2.58, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was 2.58. Yes.
What's the range of those numbers? Because I actually wonder if that's a typo, because it says it tracks the using the standard bands. 2.61 isn't 4 high?
Yes.
So I thought it was 361 because there's supposed to be like ranges from exceeds to 2.61 and higher 2 point whatever to 3.6. I'm confused about the numbers only because I'm kind of confused about the range of the numbers in the survey, like the score that you just mentioned.
Oh, it's a 5-point scale.
5. Okay.
Sorry. Thank you. It's a 5-point scale. That's what you're asking.
So the suggestion is that exceeds on a 5-point scale be greater than 2.61?
So the actual performance last year was 2.58.
It's the increase.
So what I'm suggesting is that meets is a 3% increase from last year, which would be 2.6.
2.58 to 2.6 is a 3% increase.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So I guess I'm wondering about why we're looking at it in terms of an increase rather than just the numerical score from year, I guess, because
We don't have a target.
Right, that's why I'm just wondering if so you're suggesting that the target be an increase from year to year?
It's just a proposal to the board. We don't have a target. We just have an actual from last year.
On a 5-point scale.
On a 5-point scale.
Yeah, I think if we have a 5-point scale, do we need a target? I guess isn't it just a mathematical number? I mean, like, so last year was 2 point, what did you say it was?
5.8.
Okay, so I guess I'm just wondering why we wouldn't need a target that would have to do with an increase. It can just be it's either, because we already have those categories: exceeds, meets, whatever the partially met and does not meet.
But that's based on the performance against the target. So the meets is within 97% of the target, which we don't have.
Well,
you could decide to do it from the actual. We could make last year's score 2.58 the target, which would be which was last year's performance.
I think Trustee Frankel is making a different point, though,
Okay.
that exceeds would be a 4 out of 5, or.
Right, because I'm wondering what the scoring is on the survey itself, and my understanding is it's a 10-point scale, if I recall, and so I think wouldn't we want to set a target in relation to the scoring of the survey itself, rather than, at least that's my suggestion, is that
Okay.
we do it in relation to the scoring on the survey itself by the survey participants. So if they have a 10-point scale or a 5-point scale,
Okay.
the target would be a certain number for
fair.
meets, and I mean, that's my, am I being clear? I mean,
Yeah,
I'm-
I understand.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we could do that for sure.
That's a much more challenging metric, though.
Yeah, so I want to know what that looks like, so if I don't necessarily agree that it is comparable, I would like to be able to say that on public record.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest, so.
Yeah, let us bring back instead of doing it on the fly right now, it was a different way to set the target, which I didn't think about, quite frankly, so we'll come back to that on the 23rd. Does that work?
Yeah, I think that's going to require more focus and concentration, and I know Vice President Raymond needs to leave, and I think it's a really important conversation
I
that
agree.
the superintendent needs to be able to be prepared for and weigh in on. So, and I also recognize the legitimacy, the theoretical legitimacy of that as an approach. So let's talk about that when you come back. Would that apply then for the next one as well, the district effectiveness?
Yes, it
Well,
will.
and I think the reason I'm suggesting is because that's the same application we're using for the employee satisfaction survey, is just looking at the scores and how many people stated a certain, so I'm just kind of trying to find that consistency there. It's not so much that we're looking for an increase, but we're looking for a score, a percentage that say one thing or another. And I think that's the conversation to have, is what do we think meets our expectations in terms of the responses to the survey.
Trustee Kelly.
Thanks, Madam President. And this is just the journalist in me. Partially met is grammatically correct, but it should be meets instead of mets, and did not meet instead of did not met. So just make sure that gets fixed.
Yep. Yankees fan versus Mets. Okay. All right, so those last two, we will come back August 23rd. Okay. October. Did I say August? Oh, my gosh. Okay. Thank you. So we'll come back to those on August 23rd after some conversation. I did it again. See how I am? Okay. We'll come back on October 23rd. Now we need to take a motion on the rest of the staff recommendations. Going back to the beginning of this report, do we have a motion to adopt the staff? Oh, well, you want to do the ones on the early ones that go back to the 97% first? That's in 2.21, 2.2.1. The ones that we talked about with 90 to 95 and 90 and plus 95 exceeds. Yeah. No, not that one. 2.2.1.
So then I think our recommendation would be 90 to 97% meets, and then above 97% would be exceeds on those two.
Okay.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Okay. Motion by trustee Frankel, second by trustee Dr. Taylor. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now we can vote on the rest of the staff recommendation. Oh, yes?
Can 2.1?
Yes.
Yes.
Mhm. Thank you for the clarification.
And let's see. We also need to go back to 1.3.1 on this one. You wanted me to bring this back to you just in this conversation. So it was increased by what percent?
Oh, right.
We didn't have a percent on it.
You're bringing that back, though, right?
We can do it now.
Oh, you can, okay.
Yeah. So our recommendation would be 10% on this one.
Wow, okay. All right, is there a second? Second. Second by trustee Mayer. Is there any other discussion?
Just a quick question. So just why the 10%?
It's a small number. So adding, if it's 100 people, adding 10 to it is 10%. So we're
and
good.
You feel you can do that?
We can do that.
Okay. All right. All those in favor? Oh, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we can do the remainder, the balance of the staff recommendations that have not been separately acted on. JJ, I know we're making you crazy.
I have no idea which ones are on. That was 1.3.1.
Yep.
And was it also 1.3.2?
No. So now we would be on these 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3,
and 151
There were no changes from
staff's recommendation.
Okay. Yeah, let's do these a page at a time. Okay. Motion to adopt the staff recommendations on 1.2.1 through 1.2.3 and 1.5.1. Okay. Motion by trustee Mayer, second by trustee Taylor.
And I'm not comfortable voting yes only because of 1.5.1, so that's the reason I'll be voting no.
Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Aye. Okay. Motion carries 5-1. Okay. Next page, which looks like it's page 5.
So we need to do the top two on that one, 151 and 152.
We did 151.
Oh, we did? Oh, all right. That's right. So I think we're
So it
good.
was 152 was for the college diploma, the requirements.
Moving along.
And to use 18-19 as the baseline year.
And, yeah, and using statewide definitions. Okay, so is there a motion on 1.5.2 to use 18-19 as a baseline year and use state definitions? Is that what we want to do? Is that what we want to say?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Second.
Okay, motion by trustee Frankel, second by trustee Taylor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we are down to page 7. Oh, we beat that one to death. Yeah, we voted on that one already.
I think that's it.
Page 8, we've done. Page 10, we did vote to remove that. Okay, nothing on 11, nothing on 12 or 13, nothing on 14. We just worked through the 16, and we did 17, and we did 18. So I think we're done. Okay. Whew. Thank you so much, everybody, for all of the work on this. This is very important. Almost there. Almost there. Except when we come back in August. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, staff. I know we are churning through this. This has been a year-long, more than a year-long process for us, and I really appreciate all the work on this. Okay. Do we have any public comment on that item, 3.05? Okay, we did have some public comment, but we don't have any additional. Thank you. We've taken action on that, so let's quickly go to 3.06. Hello again, Emily. Yeah, that's okay. 3.06, discussion of possible action on the selection of a consultant facilitator to conduct the superintendent evaluation for the 2017-18 school year from among the following on strategy in partnership with the Human Resource Connection and Nevada HR team in an amount not to exceed $25,000. Emily, you have the floor.
Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer. I know I stand between all of you and dinner, so I will talk fast. Thanks for having me here today. I'm here to review the superintendent's performance evaluation process and review the proposals that we've received in order to select a facilitator to assist us with that process. Before we get into the proposals, I'd like to talk a little bit about the process and what the facilitator will be charged with during this project. At a high level, the selected facilitator will be focused on gathering the qualitative feedback for the evaluation through employee and board of trustee surveys. The results of these surveys will need to be collected, analyzed, and a summary report produced. The facilitator will also work with Superintendent Davis to conduct a structured interview and help to prepare and review the self-narrative that will become part of the final evaluation process. Finally, the facilitator will be responsible for the preparation of the full evaluation to include an executive summary of the staff survey and Board of Trustees survey, the superintendent's narrative, performance relative to strategic plan goals, and the overall evaluation rating. The evaluation will be presented to the Board of Trustees at the December 11th meeting, which meets the requirements of the evaluation per the timing outlined in the superintendent's contract. The survey instruments have been created and are part of the superintendent's evaluation handbook. And the areas to be rated in the employee survey include strategic leadership, instructional leadership, systemic leadership, collaborative leadership, professional ethics, organizational leadership, overall perception, and employee engagement. The Board of Trustees survey looks very similar with a few minor changes. Overall perception and employee engagement are not included in the Board of Trustees survey, but board communications and a space for general comments are included. The goal is to capture as much input as possible from this survey process, and so Human Resources and the Communications Department are prepared to support the consultants selected in distributing the survey and promoting the survey so that we can have a good response rate. And next, I'd like to talk about the proposals that we've received. I know the question has been asked in the past about why we use a facilitator for this process, so I figured I'd go on record and address it as a part of my presentation. It really comes down to ensuring an objective process. So the survey responses and the feedback contained in those surveys go to an external entity. They don't come to existing district staff. And by using a facilitator, we're also able to avoid some of the awkwardness that might come from the direct reports of the superintendent preparing her performance evaluation. In reaching out to potential facilitators for proposals, I contacted those HR firms that the district has had successful partnerships with in the past, and also referrals from within the larger HR community that have extensive HR background. I quickly discovered that the high demand, low supply situation that exists in the recruiting world also exists in demand for HR consultants. Of the 6 firms that I reached out to, 4 relayed that they were not in a position right now to accept additional work in the form of this project. However, the 2 proposals that we did receive are from companies that I believe are well equipped to handle a project of this scope, and I'm confident that we'll find what we need. The first proposal is from On Strategy. Ms. Erica Olson is here today, and they have proposed completing the project in partnership with Ms. Karen Jensen of the Human Resources Connection. The proposals are part of the exhibits for this board item, and as you can see in the proposal, they have extensive experience working with school districts, including Washoe County. The deliverables and timeline indicated are aligned to the project scope that we provided them. The requests that they've made regarding district support for the project can be easily accommodated, and their pricing that includes a 10% contingency in the event that the work goes outside of the scope initially quoted is $23,430. The second proposal is from Mr. Cam Sorensen with Nevada HR team. Mr. Sorensen brings more than 25 years' experience in human resources to the project, including work in retail, software, logistics, and oil and gas. Most recently, his experience was in corporate human resources, with time spent working for Starbucks and Intuit, both Fortune 500 best places to work companies. The deliverables and timeline indicated in his proposal also align to the project scope of work that we provided, and the requests for support during the project from the district, I believe, can also be easily accommodated. The total pricing for Nevada HR team for this project is $9,000. Both firms are represented today, and I know last year there was an opportunity for all of the proposers to get up and give a 3-minute elevator pitch, if you will, so I thought that you might want to have them do that again. But that's an overview for you, and I'm open to questions if you have any questions of me at this point.
Any questions from the board? I did have one question, and I saw in Mr. Sorensen's proposal that there was an item, a task to work with, prepare, and review the superintendent's self-narrative. And is that a task that we asked them to do? I thought that would be prepared by the superintendent.
It's part of the structured interview process. So in the scope of work that we provided, the consultant would do the structured interview and help support Superintendent Davis in preparing that narrative.
Okay, that just seems different to me.
I don't know. I just probably wouldn't have. I'm sorry. Madam President, just from my memory, I do believe last year the consultants worked with the superintendent, and I don't know that I would have used those words, prepare, review, and so on, but I do believe they worked with the superintendent to put her comments together.
Well, David Lasik, Chief of Staff for the record, I think you said what I was going to state. That's exactly what happened last year, and so we kept it in for the scope of work. It's just helping the superintendent, and it's gathering her information and preparing it in a final report. So it's not them doing the work. Superintendent Davis would still have to do the work. It's just them compiling the information and putting it together in a report for the Board of Trustees.
Okay, so that means receiving the superintendent's report and putting it together with other things. It's
Correct.
Not helping her to prepare the report.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. Dr. Feemster?
Yes, Madam President. I just want to clarify the price. Sorensen was $9,000, am I correct?
Correct.
And on strategy, 23?
The $23,000 includes a 10% contingency if needed. So the base price is $21,300, and if the project goes outside of the scope of work initially, so if we start asking for a bunch of additional stuff that we didn't ask for in the beginning, would be $23,430.
Why don't we have the two proposers, whoever would like to go first, come forward, and we might have specific questions for you, but if you want to give us a pitch.
Eric Olson from On Strategy for the record. Karen Jensen, HRC for the record. As a pitch, in terms of why we would love to continue the work and also to address the question about the pricing difference, really appreciated the opportunity from last year. I think we learned a lot, as well as would like the opportunity to see the consistency through from what we put in place last year into this year. So I think there's a lot of learnings there and a lot of opportunity to take it to the next level. In addition to that, the partnership that Karen and I had was great in terms of our work from a data perspective, Karen's work from an HR perspective, and so that blend is something that was really beneficial to the process. And as it relates to the price, we tracked our time last year, and so we have all of the tasks and all the hours identified. So we basically went back to what did it take to get it done last year. There's a bunch of work that is not part of this year's scope that was taken out from, that's not part of last year's scope, this year's scope from last year, excuse me. So we removed those items, and that's where the pricing came from. So it was really actually the number of hours to produce the project.
Yeah, Trustee Frankel?
And thank you, Erica and Karen. Question I have in relation to that, Erica, I know one of the significant chunks of Karen's work last time was the meeting with each of the individual trustees in an interview process, essentially, which isn't included. So that strikes me as would have had an impact on, you used the amount from last year and brought it forward and added the contingency. At least that's how I understood the number got identified. So I'm just wondering why the number wasn't smaller this year in light of the fact that that amount of time would not be part of this contract this year.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't clarify that very well. So I went through the whole time tracking and removed those items that we did not carry into this year, the interviews being a huge chunk of that. And last year, we significantly underbid the work by about 50% of what it actually took to get the work done. So we just baselined it from, these are the tasks that are in this current scope, what did it take to produce them last year, and then that's what was in the pricing for this year. Yeah.
Okay. Other questions? So what's changed, if we can just do that quick comparison, things that we did last year that we're not doing in this scope of work, and maybe Emily could help us with that too. We're not doing board interviews. That's a big chunk of time, so that doesn't have to be synthesized and that doesn't have to be compiled. We do still have the analysis of the surveys, and we had thousands of surveys, did we not, that had to be compiled and cross-tabbed and all of that. So that's probably a big piece of this, is it?
It's a huge chunk of that, and particularly with the open ends, so doing the text analysis on the open ends. But as it relates to quant work, there's 10 or there's 2,000, the quantitative analysis is the same. Mm-hmm. So it's the qualitative on all the comments that is a chunk of time. The other thing that is different, just to call it out and make sure we're on the same page with this too, is we're not doing the community survey. So now there was only a handful of respondents last year, as we know, so that wasn't a huge time investment from our side. It was quite a bit of work from an outreach perspective on the communications team, but from our scope, it was quite small. But that is not part of this scope.
And how are we getting community input on this, Emily? Maybe you could. How are we getting that this time?
It's my understanding that a community survey was not established for the 2017-18 school year, so the evaluation will be based on employee and Board of Trustees input. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So we won't have any opportunity for community input at all. Okay. I don't know if that's our best idea. Yeah, I know. We voted not to have a community survey, but I'm concerned that we don't have any. I guess we can have people come and public comment like we did before.
But there was a reason.
Well, part of it was that we wanted to make sure that we were basing it on objective measures of performance, which we have done through the tie to the strategic plan. And we had a small number. It was participation. Mm-hmm.
I think the other reason was that when we discussed the community survey, we were considering broadening it to include other aspects of our work at the district, including the board. Mm-hmm. So I think we needed time to develop that survey, and I believe the understanding was that whatever components related to the superintendent would be considered in future evaluations. If I recall the conversation we had at the work session, I believe that's what we came up with.
And Madam President, we also said either included as part of the budget survey as a piece of that, if I'm not mistaken. Okay.
We were, if I may, Madam President, that was around what we also talked about, doing something like that, as Trustee Frankel said, for the board as well, and doing it and timing separate from the evaluation. So it's really about the community's perception of how we work and so on, and not necessarily related to that. Your speaking reminded me of that, Trustee Frankel.
So that's another difference as well. That's a big piece that's taken out. Okay. Okay. Anything else you want to add? Or any questions for Ms. Olson and Ms. Jensen? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Mr. Sorensen. Nope.
For the record, Cam Sorensen with the Nevada HR team. Thanks for hearing my proposal and then giving me time. I think I bring a new perspective, unique perspective to the process. First off, my time right now is being spent with the EDON board. So I'm vice chair of the EDON board and really connected with the community and community leadership and what the needs are of the community. So I would bring that perspective to the process. My 20 years of working with Starbucks and Intuit, companies that are view feedback as a gift and have a deep culture of having employee engagement being a driver. I've led executive reviews for 20 years in those companies, so I understand the process. I understand the importance of it, and have an ability to draw and get what employees and stakeholders care about most, and get that and bring it out in the reviews. So I hope to bring that to the process, and I'm open to any questions you have.
Okay, thank you, Kim. Does anybody have questions for Mr. Sorensen? Yes, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Any concerns at all, because the difference in the bids were pretty substantial. So as you think about it now, I mean, as you've just heard any concern that you perhaps may have underestimated the amount of time that's involved, or the comprehensive nature?
Well, in looking at the scope, I saw what has been called out in this forum is there's a lot of scope that was reduced from what I looked at the bids that were put together last year and the scope of work that was done last year versus what was trimmed back out of the scope of work this year, and felt that for what you're asking in terms of the work and if I've underestimated, that's on me. But I felt like the $9,000 was a very fair price for what the scope of work actually is.
Okay. Any questions? Yes, Trustee Frankel.
And thank you very much, Mr. Sorensen. One of the questions I had is we've had experience with one of the bidders with respect to their analysis and their statistical analysis and their experience. Can you speak a little bit to the experience you've had analyzing survey results and the types of reports that you generate, generally speaking?
Well, I've in the companies that I've worked for we've used nationally based surveys, and so typically that data has been compiled and analyzed by the teams that I've led. So at the end of the day, I'm going to be leading my team to go through and pull that data together, and then the analysis part is obviously what I've spent most of my career doing and I'm comfortable with, and so I'm going to be the one doing that analysis. So it's not like it's going to be delegated to someone that doesn't have experience doing that.
Okay. Dr. Feimster.
Yeah, just Mrs. Sorensen, do you have experience in working with school districts?
I do not.
Superintendents?
Okay. I do not.
Okay. Any other questions? Trustee Kelly, were you leaning forward for?
Well, my question was more for Emily. So usually whenever, staff, we have a bid and you bring it to the board, usually you have a recommendation, but in this case you said one of the two. And so I'm just wondering if you have a preference between one of these two, or if there was some reason why you decided not to have a staff recommendation and just to leave it up to us.
So being new to this role, a lot of my approach is guided by YouTube videos of previous board meetings. So I did.
You glutton for punishment. Oh.
It's good viewing.
Oh.
So I did go back and look at the approach taken last year, and what I would say is that really, like, my vetting process kind of happened on the front end, right, in terms of who we reached out to and bringing qualified proposers to the table. I think the larger decision and the larger conversation really happens with this body to determine who you feel would be the best facilitator for the project. But I feel confident in both of these companies.
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, you said you didn't have experience with schools, but how about like Sparks or Reno, Washoe County, or other public bodies?
Not in doing an executive evaluation or project like this.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. All right. If no one has further questions, I'd entertain a motion. Trustee Frankel? Trustee Kelly?
Well, actually, it's not really a question. It was actually more of a comment, and I actually could make the motion. What I'll say is it is very difficult looking at two bids that are distinctly different in terms of cost to this organization at a time where we're financially strapped. But one of the things that I know, having been a part of this evaluation process, this will be the third time, and none of which I've been particularly satisfied with. I believe that it's very critical that this process go extremely well, and we've done a lot of work on building this tool. And the familiarity with the tool is weighing into what I'm about to recommend, because I think the way we discuss the different measures and the many different conversations we've had about the measures and how to understand and interpret them, and in fact, we're still outstanding on a few of very important ones. But to me, it is that history and that experience with our organization, with our school district, and with the process is lending me to want to make the motion that the Board of Trustees selects On Strategy to conduct and facilitate the superintendent evaluation process for the 2017-18 school year in an amount not to for the amount of 23,000 whatever, not to exceed that amount, whatever that number was, which I don't have in front of me. But so that's my motion.
Thank you, Trustee Frankel. Is there a second? Second by Trustee Dr. Taylor. Is there discussion? Okay, I'm going to be supporting the motion for the same reasons that Trustee Frankel explained. We have spent a tremendous amount of time working on and parsing the language and creating something that is collaborative, that the board and the superintendent worked hard to put together, and the staff worked hard to put together. And I agree with Trustee Frankel, and I think, Mr. Sorensen, you provided us a great proposal, and we have an opportunity now to fulfill work that we've been doing for more than a year, and so I'll be supporting the motion. Any other discussion, Dr. Taylor?
I was just going to add, one, I want to give the dollar amount, $23,430, and I was really going to concur that we're getting so much closer to getting this thing right. From a process that we've really, it goes back to me even further than a year, really. And then switching, when we switch consultants after the first year, not that it wasn't a bad idea, it was a good idea, but we lose so much as we experienced last year. And man, I would hate to go through that again. After so much good work I think has been done from everyone. So really it isn't as much, I feel great that Emily feels great that both could do it, quite frankly. It's really more of, I don't think it's in our best interest to make a shift because there's so much that we lost last time. And I don't want to go through that again. I think we're finally getting closer to getting this thing right. So that's why I'll be supporting the motion.
Okay. Any other discussion? Trustee Kelly.
Yeah, just to echo what my colleagues are saying, and I've heard great things about CAM and Nevada HR team, and I think that if this had been a process where we were starting from the beginning and we're looking at things, I mean, the fact that he's well recommended, he's got a good proposal, and fiduciary wise the price is nice and low, and which is I think the taxpayers like, I would go for it. But yeah, I agree with my colleagues. We've done so much work, so many dozens, maybe several hundred hours over the past year or two with On Strategy, that I feel comfortable spending that little bit extra to continue that work and keep making things hopefully smoother for the next time.
Okay. All right, if there's no other comments, then all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Sounds like On Strategy, you're back for more. Mr. Sorensen, thank you, and please keep working with us because we appreciated your interest. Emily, thank you. I know this is a lot of work for the staff as well, so thank you. Okay, we're losing our colleagues one by one here, so let's finish up our agenda. What did I do with my agenda? Oh, you, yeah. Writing notes. There we go. Oh, we're to board reports. That's me. Anyone have board reports? I just want to say that I had an opportunity to support our colleague at the Candidates Forum put on by the Gwynn Center. And first I want to say thank you to the Gwynn Center for putting on a Candidates Forum. We have our work cut out for us. So I think that's an important thing. If any of you have the opportunity to sit in on any of the candidate forums that are coming up, I would really recommend that you do so. And I did have an opportunity with one of the candidates to correct via email some of the comments that were grossly inaccurate. So I think it's important for us to be able to do that. So appreciated that and had a great visit this morning at Hunter Lake, and just kudos to the whole staff at Hunter Lake Elementary School. Any other board reports? Okay.
Only
Yes.
thing I'll just mention, Madam President, if I may, is several of us had an opportunity to attend the CUBE National Conference, and it was a great conference, and really it's one of those things that really just kind of reinforces that there are a lot of great things happening in the district. And my understanding is one of the final sessions on the last day, as some of us were leaving and so on, that Trustee Kelly and Trustee Dr. Finster were able to really answer some questions and just share some of the things that we've done here, and we're quite popular. Yes. Even got a shout out from the podium in the general session.
Whoa!
Based upon some of the things that were going on. And in addition, Vice President Raymond, Superintendent Davis, and myself also did a session on boards and relationships working together, and we got really great feedback on that as well. So we were well represented. I thought it was a great conference, and it's good to say, hey, there's a lot of stuff we're doing right.
Great, great, good. Okay, Mr. Mayor.
You know, she brought it up. I was going to bring it up because these three wonderful trustees of ours had to a packed house. I mean, standing room only. And they did a magnificent job.
Great.
And I just got an email today asking if you guys have outline or for that PowerPoint or something. So thank you for getting and his answers and everything. Thank you, because you put us on the map.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, Superintendent, do you want to give us some quick report?
Yes, quick I will be. So this Friday is the graduation announcement and the data summit, and so we're super excited to have our kids working with us as we do student voice, and also to talk about where we are doing great things in our districts and areas of improvement and how we will continue to push it forward. I want to shout out to Principal Leah Kuchar, Principal Kevin Ed Sparks, and Tiffany, who graduated from the Nevada Public Education Leadership Cohort on Friday. So if you watched on Twitter, we tweeted that out. And then, of course, John, Friday Night Lights, Kristen and I will be in the stands as we join the Riot Squad at Galena at 7 o'clock at night on Friday.
All right.
Really
That's
burr.
great. Is that Tiffany McMaster?
Tiffany Young.
That's right. That's right. Okay. Okay. Do we have any future agenda item requests? Okay. None. Then we will call for public comment. No public comment? Awesome. I mean, I love public comment, but it is 6:20. Okay. Then our next meeting will be Tuesday, October 23rd. I did say October this time and not August, at 2 p.m. here. And with that, our meeting is adjourned.